Comrade Maiza, can you give the cue when it's fully up and online, or for Comrade Lisa? Thank you.
Can someone see? This on?
I show that we're live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uhuru, welcome everyone. Welcome and good morning. This is day 2 of the Black is Back Coalition's 6th electoral campaign school that we have decided to have. And all we have to do is look at the current situation and continue to look at how the situation is for African people within the United States and abroad. And we know that we cannot continue to go on in the way in which we have. And the Black is Back Coalition, we felt it was very important that we begin to inject radical, revolutionary African liberation politics into the campaign process. Things have not been acceptable the way they have been going. If we look at things today, the United States has handled the pandemic horrifically. The cost of living has skyrocketed up, way up. African people domestically are still experiencing police brutality. Nothing is being done about that. And basically there is a war on us within the United States and abroad. And it is so important that we have a clear view based on the lens and the politics of the African liberation struggle. And I just want to remind us as brothers and sisters that although I do support people voting, although I believe that we should be doing so in a revolutionary way. And we have to remember that it was not the voting process that delivered anything to African people. If there was any kind of advancement that we have ever made, it was due to the Black liberation struggle, the African liberation struggle, when we galvanized on the ground and when we fought back. So we should owe our loyalty to the African liberation struggle and not to any one political party at all. Both of them have failed us, but one is more deceptive, and we owe no loyalty to any of them whatsoever. I am going to be bringing on our wonderful chairperson, Omali Yeshitela, who is the co-founder of the Black is Back Coalition, and also one of the co-founders of the African People's Socialist Party. And he will be here to open up this second day with a strong and welcomed and much needed political analysis. Brother Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Uhuru.
And Uhuru, the chairman is currently muted.
Good. Go ahead, Chip.
Chairman is still currently showing muted. If we need to get his microphone on.
Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade Vice Chair Lisa Davis, for the introduction. And also, I really want to salute you for the incredible job that you've done up to now. With the first day of the school that occurred on yesterday, the leadership that you provided up to now, and to the entire extraordinary steering committee of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Today is the second day of the electoral school, the 6th one that we've done annually. And as we know, the title of this school is The Ballot and the Bullet, Beyond the Colonizer's Coup to African Self-Determination. And one thing that we tried to make clear throughout this process is that despite the fact that our objective here in part is to enable ordinary people, ordinary African people, people who in many instances have found the electoral process to be mystifying, who have been intimidated by even the idea of running for office, who have allowed this notion that somehow only the educated and very smart African people are the ones who should run for office, despite the fact that they may not represent our interests. We are talking now about opening up the door to challenge the tradition that has existed for a very long time now around the electoral process, so that ordinary African working people, students, young people, activists can engage ourselves in this struggle. We started off yesterday, and part of what we talked about on yesterday is how, although in 1965, the United States government in the United States, so the US front of the African Revolution, allowed, as a consequence of the struggles that we were involved in for universal suffrage, that is to say everybody could vote now in 1965. Up until that time, as we know, there was no such thing as universal suffrage. There were huge sections in the United States where African people were not allowed to vote, sometimes by law. And in 1965, following the tremendous amount of struggles that Africans had initiated throughout this country, throughout the United States, then this law was passed, the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But we were reminded on yesterday that by the time they passed the Voting Rights Act, the United States government was engaged in incredible war against the struggle for freedom. They were killing Panthers of 1965. By 1965, so many of our leaders had been murdered. Malcolm X had been murdered, was murdered in 1965. Shortly after that, we saw the murder of Martin Luther King, who was one of the biggest proponents of this right to vote by African people. 1969, the United States government assassinated Fred Hampton. So our movement was under assault at this time. And so by the time we were given the universal, there was, I said given, that's the misnomer, it wasn't given to us. By the time the United States government felt it necessary to allow for universal suffrage, the African Revolution, that revolution that had shaken this country to its foundation, had been brutally assaulted. It had come under assault. Our leaders had been assassinated, and by now, and our organizations have been basically destroyed, effectively destroyed, most of them. If the organizations had not been destroyed in their entirety, then the effectiveness of the organizations had been impacted in a very serious way. So by 1965, you have the Voting Rights Act that says now Africans have the right to vote, can vote throughout the United States. But at this time, by now, there's nobody to vote for. The organizations have been destroyed. The programs that we have been promoting as Black people throughout this country, the Panther 10-point program, the Jomo 7-point program, the message that was coming from Malcolm X had been neutralized effectively in terms of having organizers and people who could put them forward. And so what that left us with was the Democratic Party. This is how the Democratic Party ended up being the party of African people solely. This is how the struggle of African people got a funnel into the electoral process solely. And with this, we found ourselves organizations destroyed, and the Democratic Party program became our program, and that was no program at all as it related to our people being free. That's what people have been trapped with. That's what created, after bloodshed that we had encountered, after people had died in the process of winning the vote, churches bombed, children killed by the settler colonizers inside the United States. Now they're said that we can vote. But our organizations have been effectively neutralized, and the only organization that seems to be available to us is the Democratic Party, and voting now seems to be the only trajectory that for us to be free. So now the only way to be free is to vote. And the only thing you have to vote for is the Democratic Party. And the only program you have now is the Democratic Party program. And the Democratic Party is an enemy to Black people, has been all of its existence. So this is what we are dealing with. This is the kind of reality we're dealing with, except now. The African movement, our movement inside the country, inside the US front of the African Liberation Movement, now we have the ability to enter into the electoral process on different terms. And this is what the coalition has been about. The coalition has moved throughout the United States for a period of time, up to 13 years by now. And we began this process of rebuilding and pulling African people into political life on a trajectory, an anti-colonial trajectory. The coalition was quite clear that it was a coalition for self-determination. And so when we talk about self-determination, we've even given definition to that with the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. This is the coalition's program. And this is the program that unites the entire coalition that's comprised of something like 18 different organizations now. And it means that we have the ability to take into the electoral process the issues that were promoted by Malcolm X, the issues that were put forth by the Black Panther Party, the issues that were put forth by the Black Revolution of the 1960s before they destroyed it. And that's why what we're doing now is so important. That's why yesterday was such an important aspect of this coalition school. That's why we determined that the first part of the school in every instance would be dedicated to helping people understand what the hell is going on in the world and how that affects African people here and around the world and how that affects the question about freedom. And that's what the first aspect of this was about, because we were not just trying to win more people to vote, more people to participate in the electoral process. We're trying to engage to make it possible for more people to vote and more African people to participate in the electoral process in a means and a method and a process that will actually contribute to our freedom, to our liberation as a people. And that's what we are dealing with on today. But an extraordinary part of the event of this meeting today, it will include Comrade Sister Nellie Bailey, a longtime freedom fighter who is based in Harlem, New York, and who has spent much of her life fighting against this monster that oppresses us. And she's there on the ground. She was not able to effectively make her presentation on yesterday because of technological issues. And that's one aspect of it. But we'll be listening to people like Comrade Charles Barrett, who is an elected official, who is an extraordinary elected official, unlike any that we have met previously in the past. And he will be telling us and helping us to understand how to beat the machine, how ordinary African working people, how we can be organized to struggle to elect people based on anti-colonial principles. And so Charles Barron, his wife Inez Barron, who's been both of whom are in New York, both of whom have been involved in the electoral process in a very principled way for a long period of time, have young woman Achille and I, who will be participating in this discussion. And each of these people, all of them in this particular panel, will be giving us expertise, bringing technique and expertise to us in terms of how we can intervene in this process. And we can do it without belly crawling, without being forces that's sucking up the white power, that we can fight and represent the interests of our own people. And in addition to that, of course, will be Jesse Tarver, who is an older person in St. Louis, Missouri, where I am currently located. And he has a tremendous record, so much so that there are other older persons in St. Louis who don't trust him, and who actually told us when we first began to work with him that he was not somebody who was reliable. And what they meant when they said he was not reliable is when they go in the back room and make deals and what have you, and try to come together about how they are going to be able to support white power, support the developers and things like that. They think they got it all sold up. And then Jesse would step out and then would do something different and try to represent African people. Jesse Todd's going to be here. And he's a splendid example of a working class representative of our movement. He's going to be part of the group that of this panel that teaches us how to beat the machine, how we can be organized, and then we can fight on principle in the electoral process. Belinda Parker Brown is Louisiana United International. She's located in Louisiana. And Louisiana, as everybody knows, has an extraordinary history of repression of African people, the worst prison in the world, and that's the literal truth, has had the extraordinary death penalties that they've used against us, and this thing that they call Angola prison. And the fact that they would call it Angola prison is a statement about what it's about and who it's for. So she's been on the ground forever, fighting tooth and nail. She's an actual activist. These are people who we are talking about on this panel who actually do work, who engage in the struggle for our liberation. We'll be listening to them today, and they're going to be giving us information about what it takes to get elected in this process. Hey, they're going to talk to us about campaign fundraising and strategies and method development and how to get out the vote and things like that. And then we'll be hearing from the good Reverend Pinkney. Reverend Pinkney is located in Benton Harbor, Michigan. And Reverend Pinkney will be helping us to understand how to engage in recall. Because as you know, in this common understanding, common expectation that politicians come into our communities and they promise this and they promise that, and then the first thing they do is get elected and double cross the African community. They start working for white power instead of for black people. They come up with all kinds of excuses about why they can't do it. You got to know how to play the game and this kind of thing. So Reverend Pinkney said, we don't have to take that. We don't have to accept that, not from them, not from anybody else. So if people are running for office and they get elected for office, or they're there and they mistreat our community, we can recall them. And so he's initiated a process of recall. He went to prison. He was so effective in Benton Harbor with recall that they put him in prison, but we are now going to use the recall as a part of the arsenal of our community. So we're not just running to get people elected, we are talking about how to get people unelected if they betray the community, the trust of our community. He's going to be here. We're going to even be looking at a couple of candidates who have come to the coalition for endorsement, because we have a tradition of endorsements. We listened here from Marco Amaral, who is a candidate for California Superintendent of Public Instruction, and then Carla Coffey Wright, who's running for U.S. Senate in Missouri. And then Comrade Khalid Rahim from the New African Independence Party. And Comrade Khalid Rahim has been working on the ground right there, particularly in Pittsburgh, but in other places as well, throughout Pennsylvania, with organizational branches in other places. And they have a real experience. They are an organization, a party that can actually participate as parties in the electoral process. He has a tremendous amount of experience that he's going to be bringing to us. He has a technique that he's going to be bringing to us, information about the laws, et cetera, what it takes to get qualified, how to get access to the ballot, how elections are run in your area. He's going to talk to us about that.
Chairman, 5 minutes.
And Comrade Zaki Baroudi, who is with the Universal African Peoples Organization, and located in St. Louis, has been doing work forever, who is connected in so many different ways to people who have run for office, who have been elected for office, who are now running for office, and with a tremendous amount of experience and expertise, he will be part of this process at all. Comrade Baroudi is going to be talking to us about proportional representation, because what it means to the issue of proportional representation, how it's utilized. So this is part of what today is going to look like. And it's going to be an extraordinarily important day. And again, I really think that it would be helpful for us to understand the significance of this coalition and bringing all of this together and destroying the monopoly that the sellouts and white power have on access to the electoral process. The electoral process is the primary means through which the neo-colonial forces in our community ascend to power. And what we're going to do is to deny this neo-colonial force, these sellouts, a monopoly on this process, and we are going to provide the expertise and capacity for ordinary people, for you, to enter into the electoral process as part of the overall struggle to win our freedom and liberation. So I just want to say that, and I want to thank you again, Comrade Vice Chair Lisa Davis, for the introduction, and to express my appreciation again for the steering committee of the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. So for the 18 different organizations who constitute this coalition, and for all of you who will come on today. And I'm hoping that as a consequence of this discussion, that you will recognize the need to join this coalition. If you're part of an organization that's not a part of the coalition, then you should find out why they're not and push to make that happen. You should make contributions to this coalition, because before today is over, I think it'll be clear to you why you have to contribute to this coalition and to make it what it needs to be. And right now, what I'm asking you to do is share. Put the word out right now to bring as many people as possible into this discussion, because you know that it's a really important discussion. We're living during a time of peril and promise. We see this war that's been initiated against Russia by the United States, by 30 different countries that are organized into this lynch mob that's called NATO, that was created for the purpose of destroying Russia, and that now suddenly decides that Russia is the enemy that is responsible for all kinds of brutality. But somebody said it before, ain't no Russian ever colonized us. Ain't no Russians ever enslaved African people, but every country that's involved at the center of this attack on Russia, they've been slave owners, they've been colonizers, they've been against freedom of all the oppressed peoples of the world. And so when they attack Russia, what they're doing is attacking a movement they're attacking a country that's been a part of a movement against colonialism, etc. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Thank you, my sister Lisa. Let's move forward and let's take advantage of everything that these brothers and sisters are going to bring us about participation in the electoral process. Uhuru, Black is back.
Uhuru, Brother Chairman, thank you so very much. Black is back. And as somebody reminded me, I neglected to introduce myself, but my name is Lisa Davis, and I am the vice chair of this coalition, as the chairman just said. Now we're going to have 10 minutes question and answer period. And please, if you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting, please put your questions in the Q&A and instead of in the chat, because when you put it in the Q&A, we can track the questions much better. So let's open it up for questions. And also, panelists, you can ask questions as well. Uhuru. Well,
Lisa, I have a question.
Okay, yeah, because I can't, did you raise your, I can't see, just so you know, if you're trying to raise your hand, I can't necessarily see you. So please just go on and ask of your panelists. Yes, Sister Belinda.
Yes, I would like some of the panelists that.
Sister Belinda, you have a question?
Yes, I would like to ask, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to ask a question to some of the panelists that are participating today. What is the importance of this campaign school? Why is this so important for us to be doing this now? You hear me, Lisa?
Yes.
Uhuru. Yeah, this is Brother Khalid Rahim. Can you hear me?
Brother.
We can hear you.
Yeah,
brother.
we can hear you.
Okay, all right. So I'll just be brief.
You might want to show your camera.
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Sure, no problem. So it's important. It's of utmost importance because we have to be organized and we have to push back against the reactionary forces within the Black community that have basically monopolized the whole political narrative as far as what we need to do and what it takes in order to secure political power for our people. And when you acquire that political power, with it comes a lot of duties and comes a lot of responsibilities. But for the people, it also is an avenue or vehicle to provide needed and necessary resources. And I'm sure that's something that you can appreciate, especially down there in Louisiana, with all the hardships and all the issues that you brothers and sisters have had to deal with, particularly over the last 10 to 15 years, everything from Hurricane Katrina to the more recent situations around COVID-19 and the pandemic in general. So it's important for the forces who have a radical revolutionary political perspective to really be involved around the struggle connected to electoral politics. We can no longer afford to walk away from that avenue or from that arena and basically allow it to be monopolized and controlled by forces who have a history of betrayal. So that's not to say that all the Democrats or even some of the moderate Republicans don't have good intentions, but we all know that the system itself is corrupt. And you can have great intentions when you first start out. If you don't check yourself, right, the system will basically corrupt you in the long run. So it's important for our forces to be on the ground, involved, directly taking action, not just marching, not just protesting, not just demonstrating, but actually positioning ourselves to secure and take power so we can have some say-so and have some control over the policies and over the institutions that govern and control the quality of life for our people. So that's the importance of this particular type of conference. And that's what it means for our people in real terms, in bread and butter terms. We need to make sure that when resources are being made available, that they stop going to the creation of huge condominiums and office buildings and new football sports complexes and stadiums, as opposed to really serving the needs of our community and of our people. We need to make sure that those budgets for those huge school districts, that those contracts go to the people who look like us and the people who share the political perspective that we share, as opposed to always going to the people who are continuously willing to sell out the best interests of the collective Black community. So being involved in electoral politics, being involved in this particular campaign school is very important for the survival as well as the short-term development of our people's movement.
Thank you so very much for that.
Thank you so very much. Yeah,
Thank you.
awesome.
I would like to add, is there, if I'm in line on a stack,
Yes, you
I
may
would
ask.
like, yes?
You may ask, yes.
Yes, I would like to add to what the brother has said previously that I'm in total agreement with. I also believe that this is the ultimate battle that the chairman has laid out time and time again for the ideological battle for ideas, and that we have to free our people of the false paradigm that the only way toward any electoral change is through the Democratic Party, and that what is needed is the critical analysis of our chairman, who has laid out the complete emptiness of the argument of the US ruling class and the Black misleadership class, that the only way forward is the Democratic Party. And we have to conceptually challenge that paradigm, because it's not only moving forward electorally on the ground, but also freeing the minds of our people who are totally under the control of the notion of this country that there is no other way. And what we have heard every 4 years is, okay, just hold your nose and vote for the Democrats because there is no other alternative. And the alternative is principal electoral politics. And I think it's very important to deal with the ideological struggle that confronts us, that the chairman addresses so well. I hope that was understood.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yes, definitely, absolutely. Very good. Mhm.
Right. Do we have any more questions? And well, if not, I'll just put one forward. I just want to know what people think about, Chairman, when we hear, because we know that during this electoral season that the Voting Rights Act is under attack and they're trying to, as always, strip away Black people's access to vote. So what do people say about that when people are like, well, we got to vote for the Democrat now, because if we don't vote for the Democrat and the Republican gets in there, they're going to work harder to strip away our right to vote. So I just want to know what people think about that. And I will say specifically, Brother Chairman, and also just to let everybody know, this session is over at 10:43, so we got about 4 more minutes.
I want to say, Lisa, before we get, I think you directed that question to the chairman. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But, one of the things that really concerns me deeply is that, here we are in the 21st century and we're talking about a voter's right act. What is wrong?
I hear you. Chairman, do you want to address that? We can't hear you. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Somebody's trying to prove me what was wrong when they said the power of the people is greater than a man's technology.
I just want to hear you say it's the colonized.
Right. Oh, Comrade Chairman, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Splendid. Yeah, I would just say, in terms of this thing about the Voting Rights Act, I mean, it's further evidence of that when you live under colonial domination, that they do what they want to do. The colonizer makes the law. The colonial state legalizes itself. And if it wants something to be legal, slavery was legal because the colonial state legalized it, it makes it legal. But I think that what they forget is that what we won despite the fact that we did not have the right to vote. The right to vote was won in the streets. It was won through a massive organization of African people. And what they may find themselves doing is picking up a big rock to drop it on their own foot. Because what they're doing is shutting the door to this thing that has actually become a kind of steam relief valve for the system. It took us out of the streets. It took us away from independent revolutionary organizations, pulling people together to overturn this oppression, because the inability to vote clarified for everybody the reality that we're going to have to overturn our relationship to the system if we're ever going to be free. So it is treacherous. They drag out particularly sectors of our community telling us that the vote is the only way to be free, and then they say you can't vote, which suggests that you can't be free. And what we've understood from the very beginning, Nat Turner did not vote, and Harriet Tubman did not vote. And the people who've been responsible for our revolutionary movement were not responsible because they could vote, but they were responsible because they couldn't vote, because the absence of the ability to vote clarifies the reality that we live under colonial domination. So we take it like they bring it, because we're going to fight whether we can vote or not. That's always been the case for our people.
Yes. I'm going with what has worked for us all the time. The Black Revolutionary Liberation Movement. That's worked for us all the time. The Democrats and the Republicans have not, and that's what I'm going for. And that concludes this section of the
Lisa, you're not gonna let me say nothing after that.
we gotta. I'm sorry. We gotta like move the. If you want to say something within 1 minute, because we gotta move the agenda.
Yeah, less than 1 minute. But getting back to the purpose of this campaign and what Chairman just said is so inspiring. That we have to take what it is that we have to take it, and we have to take our position and ourselves on how we're going to beat the machine. So I really appreciate that. That was so inspiring, and that let me know that we're on the right track with this campaign school, because now we know that unless we take it, unless we organize, strategize, and mobilize to take over this machine, then we will never have that right. Thank you.
And I got to tell you, these talks are better than coffee because now I'm fired up and really awake. So thank you so much for that. Next, we're going to continue on. We're going to be bringing back up our dynamic, wonderful, powerful, revolutionary, freedom-fighting sister out of Harlem, Sister Nellie Bailey. Yesterday, when she was presenting, there was technical difficulties with her microphone. So we want to make sure that we hear what she has to say. And Nellie comes to us from Harlem. She's been a long-time community activist, and she is currently the co-founder and director of the Harlem Fight Back Against War at Home and Abroad, Sister Nellie Bailey. And we will have 7 minutes for this presentation. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Sister Lisa. First of all, I would like to say that not obstacles, but
Uhuru,
in
Sister
fact,
Nellie, can you turn on your camera, please?
oh, yes, of
Thank
course.
you.
But at least I am being heard clearly, am I not?
Absolutely.
How about that?
You are.
How about
you
that?
are.
Okay, so I'm going to just dive right into this. In 1971, Richard Nixon took the US off the gold standard. And since then, there has been an endless printing of paper dollars not backed up by anything. And so the theme of my presentation here is one of de-dollarization. And what does it mean? And also to suggest to our candidates that this issue must be met head on, in that President Joe Biden has already announced that there will be food shortages that one cannot even begin to imagine here in this country. We know that gasoline prices are on the rise. We also know that the inflation rate is at 8%, and in all likelihood, the interest rates, in all likelihood, inflation will increase if, in fact, the Fed's increases the interest rate. What does that mean for our people? What does that mean in the understanding the international context, which the chairman has laid out that I'm not going to go through again? But we must prepare our people for an attack economically, militarily, and whatever that is going to be coming down the pike. And I would strongly urge the candidates who have adopted the 19-point program of BIB address this issue head on, because the Democratic Party is not going to do that, because they are well aware the results of the upcoming November election, which they control anyway. Both are pro-war parties, but most importantly, how do we deal with this issue of the coming de-dollarization with our people? I don't think we need to debate what it is that the imperialist institution domestically can do, because they do whatever they deem is appropriate to keep the profits going, to keep us at odds with one another, to keep us at each other's throat. And this electoral school allows us to support candidates who will address head on these contradictions and establish for us a degree of consciousness as to what our fight back has to be, what it should be, as we continue to challenge this system, which is determined to whether or not it is to vote in a Voting Rights Act, because the Democrats, in my opinion, are just as guilty as the Republicans. And I believe we must understand that. And again, going back to the chairman's introduction, we must understand this from the domestic perspective as well as an international perspective. So let me get back to de-dollarization, which is the collapse of the US dollar and what it could possibly mean for our communities, our internal colonies already under military, police, economic, and cultural assault from this US ruling class, which is about sowing as much chaos as possible. That is to keep us disengaged. That is to divide and conquer in the most classic way. Now, back to this issue of de-dollarization. Are you going to tell me how much time I have left?
Yeah, 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, now back to the issue of de-dollarization. We cannot simply laugh this off as another analysis from folks who have no idea about what is advanced as the most powerful and richest country in the world. That dynamic, that full spectrum dominance as designed and advocated by the Pentagon is coming to a halt, is coming to an end. And again, we must deal with the fallout of this against our communities who are at the bottom of the economic ladder, who are at the bottom of the political ladder. And if we are to have food shortages, what does that mean? If someone asked our candidates about this, what are you prepared to answer? And again, I don't mean to repeat myself. We must deal with this issue of de-dollarization because we know that the petrodollar on the international stage is all but dead. There is a shift, there is a realignment of anti-fascist forces and nations against the US pro-fascist paradigm and that of Europe itself, which is already suffering. But the point is, we need not and should not suffer here at home. We need to have, and hopefully another webinar on the coming collapse of the dollar, what it means for us, how do we prepare our people, how do we do additional research, because hard times are coming. Our people already are suffering as a result of the COVID pandemic in terms of job losses, increase in homelessness. We are in a culture that is washed in violence, and they have peddled this into our own communities, and our young people are now consumed with this violence paradigm and guns that are being allowed to flow into our communities by the military establishment, i.e. the police department, which is why we must have community control of the police. Thank you.
Uhuru. And thank you so very much, dear Sister Nellie Belly. Thank you. And that idea about having a webinar about the hard times up and coming and how we should handle that sounds like a very good idea to me. Our next,
May I, Vice Chair, please?
Yes.
I just think it's really important that, you know, most times when candidates from our communities run for office, whether it's local, national, what have you. There's such a superficial understanding of the world that they bring with them. And that's part of the reason that that they are superficial and that they are non-consequential in terms of helping to lead our people. Most of them have no information, no sense of anything that's going on in the world. And this is a very extraordinarily important kind of discussion that we're having now. And this is a discussion that's open to ordinary African people, activists and what have you. This question of de-dollarization that Comrade Sister Nellie is an example, is one example. I think all day yesterday was part of it. But it's one example, because the fact is, if the US dollar, for any reason, and people are working overtime now, countries are working overtime now to free themselves from domination by the US dollar. If that happens, when that happens, you can be sure that the economy of the United States is going to drop into the ocean. And I also think it's very important people understand, because people get born into situations that appear to have always been like this. But up until the 1940s, the world financial system was in England. England dominated the world financial system. And then it was the Second Imperialist World War that thrust the United States into the leadership. And now the headquarters of the financial system of the world is in the United States. And that's part of what Russia, Ukraine is about. That's part of what the US is trying to do with China and all these other countries that's in motion now to unleash our own power to liberate ourselves from the domination by the United States government. And that's one manifestation of it. That's part of what even Russia has talked about when it talked about multipolar world, et cetera, to decouple, to move from and win as much as they can from other countries around the world from this domination by the United States. And the US is dominant not because, as Comrade Lisa talked about, the 1971 Nixon comes off the gold standard, but the thing that's kept the United States dollar where it is as supreme, despite the economic crisis, despite the ongoing reconfiguration, political and economic of the world, is the gun. The United States has the gun, has more guns, more weapons, et cetera, than anybody else. And that's been the thing that's frightened people and countries even from trying to decouple from the dollar. But now it's different. And it's different in the sense that there's a movement, greater courage, greater movement toward liberating ourselves from this kind of connection. I just think it needs to be something that we're thinking of and that we help our people to understand moving forward. So I'm not trying to offer the solutions or anything like that, but to say that it's something that we absolutely need to recognize, that it's not going to be like this, that economic crisis is upon us. They've got right there in California, Long Beach, et cetera, they've got lines and lines of ships that can't even dock now. The so-called supply chain disruption, all of this contributes to this contradiction that we're talking about that needs to be understood as a deep and profound existential crisis for the existing colonial mode of production. It's an extreme problem, and that's what we need to understand. Because if we just keep moving and thinking that well, we just got to find a way to get more welfare, we just got to find a way to get more of this or that within this existing system, as somebody has said, it's analogous to trying to get a good place on the deck of the Titanic. The thing is going down. It's going down, and there's no good place on the Titanic, no matter how it may look. The ship is sinking, and that's something that we need to understand. And that's what I think Comrade Sister Nellie is talking about, being prepared for that. And at least we need to be prepared in our own brains to understand that this is the sinking ship. And what we need to do is get drills to put more holes in this thing so that it goes down and the people can be free.
Uhuru, it has never been on our side. We know that. It has never been on the side of African people, period. Moving along, our next panel discussion is going to be about how to beat the machine, key aspects of running for office, and just a few protocols to remind the panelists of, please. When you're speaking, please make sure your cameras are on. And then when you're not speaking, please make sure your cameras and mics are off. And thank you so much. Also, I just want to say, you will notice that when I introduce some of the people, that I sort of just do a brief introduction of them and not read their full bios. And that's because they were introduced yesterday. So I just wanted to just make everybody aware of that. But it gives me great pleasure to bring back to us again our next brother, our brother Charles Barron, who has been one of the most revolutionary Black liberation politicians and activists ever. He served on the City Council of New York City for 4 terms, and he brought millions of dollars into his community to build various projects. And he is currently an assemblyman in New York State, or assembly person. And we see his wonderful wife, Sister Inez Barron, with him, and she will be introduced next after he speaks. I'll give you the proper introduction. He told me I got to give you the proper introduction yesterday. Uhuru.
Uhuru, you can do her introduction now because we're going to roll it together. And it'll be for the first 2 20-minute segments. We're rolling it together. So you can do her intro now.
I will do your intro right now, sister. Sister Inez Barron, enough. Like I said, I know these people and I know they walk the walk. So my heart just automatically leaps out of my mouth. But long before they came to the Black is Back Coalition, these people were doing what they were supposed to be doing. But anyway, Sister Inez Barron, she has strongly served as the representative of the New York City Council from Brooklyn's 42nd City Council District from 2014 to 2021. During her tenure, she was chair of the New York City Council Committee on Higher Education. Ms. Barron served as a teacher, instructional leader, and principal for 36 years in the New York City Department of Education. She has committed her life to being actively engaged in community activism regarding human rights, segregation, discrimination, apartheid, curricular, institutional, and environmental racism, affordable housing. She's just brilliant. The Barrons, everyone.
Well, thank you so much. We certainly appreciate that. On behalf of both of us, and as you can.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here as a part of this wonderful event. I did hear parts of it yesterday, in and out. I had an opportunity to share some of the thoughts that you were sharing with that and absorbing them. And it's certainly a pleasure and an honor to be here with you again today.
Well, thank you once again. This has been a tremendous conference, and this part of it, how to beat the machine, we want to talk about in these 20 minutes or 40 minutes, both of us, what is the machine? And we've done, we meaning Operation Power out of East New York, Brooklyn, we decided to do a power analysis as we engage this struggle in the streets and organizing around issues and organizing against police brutality, against budgets that prioritize the rich over the working class, particularly the African working class. Dealing with politicians that had power. So no matter how many times you called them Sambo or Ain't Your Mama or told them off, they still got reelected. They could care less as long as you can't beat them. So we set out after doing this power analysis to say, how do we beat the machine? And then we also noticed that throughout many revolutionary movements, you have to deal with state power. The state has power over every institution in our communities. The Black Panther Party's first edict on the 10-point platform was that we want the power to determine the destiny of our Black communities and oppressed communities. And we want control over all the institutions that govern our lives. That takes power. And the beautiful thing that the chairman always says, power is the great equalizer. Racism is irrelevant when you have power, because they can be as racist as they want to be, but they'll have no power to do anything about your plight and your destiny. So we entered it on that wise. What's the machine? Well, in the Black community, the machine is the Democratic Party. In most Black communities in New York City, just about everyone, the Democratic Party machine controls everything. They control the district leaders, they control the community boards. When we had school boards, they controlled the school boards, they controlled the city council seat, the state assembly seat, the congressional seat, the state seat, the judges. The Democratic Party, we call them colonial puppets, black colonial puppets of the colonial capitalist Democratic Party, controls every seat of power in our communities across this country, and definitely here in New York. So we set out to say that we got to deal with power. We looked at the city council first and did a power analysis. The city council passes the mayor's budget, not the mayor. The city council determines what's going to be built on city-owned land. The city council passes all of the municipal legislation, the laws, and the city council has oversight over all the city agencies in the city. That's power. So if Donald Trump wanted to come and build Trump Towers in my beloved East New York, he would have to come see the Black Panther, who is now in the city council. And if I said no, no matter how much money or power he has, he cannot build it. He would have to buy off the whole city council, which is possible, and get them to vote for it. But the city council always defers to the local council member in terms of development projects. That's how we stop gentrification. In our district is made up of about 90% of our district is Black and Latina, and 10% is others. So our district is one of the poorest in the city. Our area median income is $36,000 for a family of 3. We have the highest crime, the highest homeless shelters, and we have the most problems with transportations and accidents. You name the issue, in our beloved East New York, we have it. So in the 20 years we've been in office, we have built more affordable housing, as we define affordability, than any other elected official in the history of East New York. Over 16,000 units. There's no gentrification in our district. As a matter of fact, the Black population increased and the white population decreased. They went from 8% down to 3.5%. So that's what we've done, having won these seats. But how do you win the seats? Well, first of all, when you do win, you got to maintain your Black radical revolutionary ideology. We don't want to just win with any and everybody because they're Black, because we see what that gets us. Here in New York State, we have probably the most neo-colonial, Black neo-colonial state in the union. Everybody in power positions now is Black. The mayor, the police commissioner, the head of the Senate, the head of the Assembly, the attorney general, the public advocate, the speaker of the city council, all of the heads of borough presidents are Black. Everybody, because the Democratic Party put these Blacks in these power positions, and we now have to deal with that. So what have been the results? Inez is going to lay out how you beat the machine. I'm just laying out some of the preliminary discussions and how do you choose candidates? How do you choose the right candidates that support our position and make sure that we have candidates that once they get in, don't sell you out, because sometimes they come in radical and leave, everything but. So how do you maintain that? And some of the results from beating the machine, as we did here in East New York, we won the city council seat, we won the state assembly seat. Inez and I are the district leaders, and the district leaders, they hire all the people on election day and pick judges. We are controlling now the community board with Andre T. Mitchell. We have Man Up and East New York Restoration, that these are our not-for-profits that are getting millions of dollars now because of we're in power. Some of our revolutionaries are on staff. That's another thing. A lot of revolutionaries don't have health care and don't have salaries. So we got revolutionaries that can make $80,000, $90,000, $70,000 with health care and be working in the community 24/7 because they don't have to worry about paying the bills. That's another advantage of actually doing the electoral politics. So the reparations bill was passed. A reparations bill was passed. We had 3 political prisoners freed. I got the state assembly to free political prisoners. We got 60 members of the Black, Latino, and Asian caucus to write a letter for Jalil Montague, he's freed now. Write a letter for Herman Bell, he's freed now. And we wrote a letter for Seth Hayes, all Black Liberation Army members who couldn't get out prior. We put the letter together, we put the pressure on the governor, on the board that is responsible for letting them out, and we won. We got 3 of them out. Unfortunately, Seth Hayes, he lost his life. He made his transition after he came out. We're now working on Mutulu Shakur. We got letters from him to get out. Hopefully he can get out as soon as possible. We got new schools and new parks and secured over 6,000 jobs and jobs for revolutionaries, you name it. So I just want to show you a little clip on that. It's about a 10-minute clip on some of our accomplishments and how we stayed solid even doing these things. So if they could put up the clip now, the Charles Barron Radical Politics, and then we'll show that, and then Inez will come on. No, we want to see the one on Charles Barron Radical Politics.
YouTube.
From YouTube.
Or I will get that up here just 1 second. Thank you.
Okay. So as he's putting that together, this is a film we put together around about 10 years ago when we first got in, or halfway getting in, and showing some of the accomplishments and places that we've been and things that we've done while we were in office. And they have real problems when they can't beat you because the grassroots, the people put us in. They have more money than us. They have more unions supporting them. They have more elected officials endorsing them, and we still won. You know, right now we're in the battle. Inez retired from the electoral arena, not the movement. So they were able to temporarily get back the assembly seat. I'm in the city council seat. We have a candidate we're running now. But you know, one of the major challenges and important things to do to win is name recognition. You've got to get name recognition. So here's the video.
Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, far left, far right. What do they stand for? Today I have the distinguished honor of interviewing one of the most outspoken and charismatic elected officials in New York City, Councilmember Charles Barron of Brooklyn's 42nd District. Now, I know about politics, but what are his politics? What's his stance? Is it true what they say? Is he a radical politician? What is radical politics? Explain to me what that is.
You know, radical means getting to the root of the problem. And oftentimes we organize around symptomology, the symptoms of the root causes. So instead of looking at the structure of capitalism and how it brings or yields unemployment, poverty, how it yields through racist institutions, racial profiling, foreclosures, inadequate health care, miseducation, all of these issues that are vital to our communities. If you're not into radical politics, then you're looking for anti-violence programs, you're looking for workforce development programs, and we should. But if this machine over here is producing all of that, and you never look at the very fundamental structure of the system, you're gonna have a problem. I'll give you another example. They said that the economic crisis was caused by deregulation, that they didn't have regulations for Wall Street. Well, that's correct to an extent. But even when Wall Street was regulated, Black people were still catching it. We still were unemployed to the tune of 40 and 50% our youth, and 10, 15, 20% in our communities. We still were on the bottom. We still had poverty. We still had far too much homelessness and unemployment, even when there's no economic crisis, because it's not really deregulation, it's the very system of capitalism itself that's creating the problem. When you have the massive amount of wealth at the top, the 1%, and the 99% not sharing in that wealth and income, then you're going to have major, major problems. Something's fundamentally wrong with that system. When you pay more taxes than some of the corporations, something's fundamentally wrong with that system. So when we say radical politics, we want to get to the root causes of our oppression. We want to get our people involved with politics that's going to be unafraid to speak truth to power, unafraid to say that I'm running in an electoral arena, we're going to talk black, we're going to talk radical, and still get elected and still deliver. And that's what we have been able to do. We should not be afraid of it. We have to redefine it for our people and raise their consciousness.
Are you a radical politician?
Absolutely. And I am proud to say I'm radical. I'm proud to say that we're getting to the root of the problem. I ran here in East New York and people said, don't tell people you're a Black Panther. De-emphasize that. Go put on a shirt and tie. Go along to get along. And after you get in, you can say this and that. No, I was honest. And you know what? When I got in, we were able to renovate 3 parks, $17.5 million more than any other council member. I am the #1 council member in building affordable housing, at least in Brooklyn, 6,000 units. Was able to bring in 2 new $80 million schools. Was able to have a black male initiative in CUNY, the City University of New York, $2.5 million over the last 7 years. And I could sit here for the rest of this taping and talk about the accomplishments. And I did this being strong, being black, calling racism what it is, taking on the mayor, the speaker, the governor. And I did this bringing Robert Mugabe to City Hall, the president of Zimbabwe. I did this going to Cuba, going to Venezuela to learn more about governments and how socialism works. I did all of this going to even Gaza, to the Gaza Strip in the Middle East, and bringing humanitarian aid for the Palestinian people, because we cannot afraid to be who we are, to be radicals, to be progressive, and the people will respond when you respond to their needs. When I was able to get people jobs and able to stop landlords for throwing people out, able to find shelter for people. When you meet the needs of the people, then the people will respect your politics.
Since your election to office, and I commend you on your victory while maintaining still to your core values and principles and your beliefs, what has been the biggest challenge for you as a city councilman?
You know, the biggest challenge is my colleagues. We have a city where Blacks, Latino, and Asians make up 62% of the population. There are 8.2 million people in New York City. 2.3 million are Latino, 1.8 million are Black. That's 4.1 million, more than half. 1 million are Asian. 5 million plus are Black, Latino, and Asian. 2.7 million whites. We live in a city where there's a city council that passes the budget, that's our power. We pass laws, we determine how land is going to be used, and we have oversight over city agencies. 51 city council members and 27 are people of color, 24 whites, 14 Blacks, 11 Latinos, and 2 Asians. Why is it that we have Christine Quinn, Speaker of the City Council? Why didn't we choose a Black person or a Latino person or even an Asian person? Anything but another white person, because whites have always led the City Council. We're the new majority. We have the majority in the City Council. We should have had that power position. What frustrates me is that we can't get the 14 Blacks to be strong enough to stand up to the Speaker and for their community. Same thing with the Latinos. They go along to get along. They're afraid to take on the Speaker, and they're the majority. That's been the most frustrating thing. So George Steinbrenner and the Yankees can come to the City Council, get hundreds of millions of dollars worth of tax breaks, promise jobs that never come, and this council will pass it. Ratner can get money out of the city council to help build the nets and arena. This council will pass it. NYU will come by to expand itself in the Greenwich Village. This council will pass it. Columbia University comes to gentrify Harlem and buy up the real estate in Harlem. This council will pass it. We have a $68 billion budget, balancing the budget off the backs of poor working class people, cutting summer youth programs. 83,000 slots when I first came in 10 years ago, and now we're down to 31,000 summer youth slots for 140,000 young people. This council passed that. That's the most frustrating thing when like Adam Clayton Powell said, use what's in your hands. You got the power in your hands and you give it right back to others instead of you taking control of the resources that can positively impact us. That's been the most frustrating thing for me.
Councilman, we'd like to thank you for your time. Is there any final words that you have for your call for movement, your call for change?
Well, you know, thank you. I thank you for the time, for the questions that were thought-provoking. And this is a time, this is the greatest time for us to be alive. This is the greatest time for us to take control of our lives. And that means the politics that influence our lives. So I'm calling on us to wake up every morning, fired up. You know, we got to do this for Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, for Fannie Lou Hamer, for Harriet Tubman, for all those who came before us, for the Black Panthers that are in prison now, our political prisoners. We have to rise up and get involved for the people who shed so much blood. Most of us aren't here because you're smart or talented or intelligent. As intelligent as you are and as creative as you are, none of this would be going down if some people didn't fire up this country and say, you better respect us. And for those people, we have a responsibility, we have an obligation to continue that struggle. And when we get up, don't be no punks and take things out on each other. Don't be no punks and get into electoral politics and be afraid to stand up to the powers that be. We have to be assertive, Black men and women. We have to be responsible, Black men and women, and say to our people that it's time for us to join this movement. Join the Freedom Party. If you can't join the Freedom Party, join the Nation of Islam. You know, join other groups that are doing positive things in our community. Join Andre Mitchell and Man Up. They're doing great things. Join the December 12th movement, who's doing so much work internationally and domestically with us. Join some organization fighting for liberation. You can't be sitting back complaining. Nobody cares about your complaints. They only will move when they are pressured by you, when they fear you, when you can deliver something politically, economically, or socially that's going to raise some concern, when you can stop the city from functioning, when you can take your $900 billion that you are as a consumer nation and saying, I'm not consumering with you anymore, that I'm going to hold back my money until you treat us with some respect. I'm going to hold back my vote until you treat us with some respect. I'm going to put my vote here. I'm going to take it to the streets and shut this city down if we're not respected. That's radical politics. That's real. That ain't a thing of the 60s. You better do everything you can to be liberated. Protest, vote, spend your money with each other, march, demonstrate, hold press conferences. You better do everything in your power to fight for your liberations, because we are people who dare to live, and we are people who refuse to die. Our struggle may be long, but the victory is certain.
Councilman, thank you again.
Thank you.
And that concludes our preliminary discussion of radical politics and power.
Taking to the streets.
Thank you very much for that clip. Just to bring you up to date on some of the things in the clip, it's no longer 8.2 million in New York, it's 8.6 million. And we're no longer 1.8, 1.9 million. We are over 2 million strong in New York City, African people, Black people. And we also have 51 council members. 27 were Black, Latino, and Asian. Now 30 are Black, Latino, and Asian. 30 and 31 are women. So the women have the majority. So with those kinds of numbers, and the budget is no longer 60 some odd billion, the budget is $104 billion in the city budget and $220 billion in the state budget. 300 billion in one state and 100 billion in the city where you are the majority and we are the majority, and we could determine whatever, but they're hand-picked puppets of the system. This is why our electoral politics school for radical politicians supporting the 19-point platform is so critically important. Now I'll shift it to Inez Barron, the love of my life, my African queen. So she'll take you through the particulars on how we beat the machine.
Thank you, Charles. And once again, thank you so much for this opportunity to share what it is that we have actually experienced while we've been on this political battle, fighting to make sure that we can use the system that currently exists to extract from it what it is that we need, that we are entitled to in our community. And just want to share 2 quotes with you as we talk about how to beat the machine. The first one is from Charles, and it says, "We must organize and mobilize our people to beat the Democratic Party machine that controls all the local political seats of power through its elected Black neo-colonial puppet politicians in our beloved Black communities. We must not concede any arena of struggle for power to our oppressor. It's time for, quote, liberation politics, no more plantation politics." And the second quote that I want to share with you is one that you may be very familiar with. And it says, "The electoral process is an arm of the state for the purpose of maintaining control and dominance of African people. The electoral system, when it was created here, was not created for our participation. We used the system that they created for themselves to expose their contradictions and to mobilize our people. What we are doing is creating a crisis by intervening. And that, of course, is by the chairman, Omali Yeshiteli. So certainly these are some of the guiding forces for why it is that we do what it is that we do, how we're fighting for our people, and how we're fighting to make sure that we can raise their consciousness and their ability to be analytical of those persons who come before them and present themselves as candidates, and not be just swept up by a title that has somehow come to have people think that because they have a title that starts with a little d, letter D, that that's something that represents what it is that's beneficial for them. So the strategic plan that we've developed, that we've offered, is to help bring local Black radical grassroots movements for obtaining local elected seats of power. And it's a tactic that we're using to be able to extract those resources for our community. And we want to also help people to understand that they have the power to remove those puppets of neocolonialism that are presently in those seats of power, which Charles identified, starting all the way at the state level and even beyond that, but we're talking about the local level right here. So the 4 stages that we're talking about, if you could bring up now the next presentation.
Yes, just one moment here.
Thank you. And it's going to, as that's being put onto the screen, we're going to talk about those stages of running for office, how to beat the machine. So the masses, the movement, the media, and the money. Those are the major elements that we're talking about as we talk about how to be
Next slide.
Oh, okay. How to be successful. Okay, so we've talked about what is the machine, and now we're talking about, can you go back? Okay, good. So we're going to have 4 major areas that we're going to talk about. And we call them the winter maneuvers, the spring offenses, summer invasion, and the fall victory. And actually, those have shifted in terms of when they occur in the calendar based on the fact that the political calendar here in New York has changed. So we're talking about getting started, we're talking about getting on the ballot, getting out the vote, and then celebrating, because that's oftentimes something that we don't do. We don't do that, but it's something that's important because we've got to identify what our victories are and not allow others to do that for us. Next slide, please. Okay, so as we talk about getting started, there's a lot that you have to do before you get on the field to get the people mobilized and to know that you're running. So we've got to be able to define what's winning for us. We've got to be able to define what's winning for us. We have to be able to look at the research and preparations that's needed as we move forward. So we select the political target seats that we're looking for. And what are those seats that are in our areas? What are the boundaries of those geographic areas that we're talking about? And they shift the lines. So we've got to be on target. We've got to be current with what it is. Here in New York, there's already a case that was brought, and it said that they wanted to change what the boundaries were. They're challenging what it is that the party lines had been established in order to be able to change the shift and the focus of the people. Select your candidates and develop your campaign team. We always govern by a team strategy. You have a campaign manager, the treasurer, and a person working with your treasurer to get the budget organized. We've got to organize the campaign structure and, of course, open a bank account. And it's important that as we do this, we comply with the regulations of the state. And they're very strict in New York City when you're running to get an office that has matching funds that come with that. So it's very important that you have someone who's researching that, make sure that you don't miss the deadlines, and that you comply with all of those little things that must be dotted and crossed. Next slide, please. Getting started, continuing. You got to register with the Board of Elections, and you should begin fundraising once you have established your account. You have to make sure that you're registered with the board and that you've established your account, because if you've got money collected before you've established yourself in those regards, that can certainly be a quality, an instance where they will be able to penalize you. So you work on getting your strategy, your platform, and your theme, and beginning to develop your campaign literature. Also, you're setting up protocol meetings with local community leaders. It's so important that those local organizations where our people have membership are ones that you're going to their elected and recognized leadership so that you can establish those kinds of interactions between those organizations. Contact potential supporters in the district and outside of the district, and expose your candidate to all of those local events that are happening, block parties, community events, forums, and if your organization, your team is sponsoring them, that is great. If they're doing it in conjunction with others as well, that would be even more beneficial as you establish those kinds of interactions. And we also want to make sure that you contact the potential supporters in the district as well as outside of the district, and make sure that you're not, limiting yourself moving forward. And you got to expose the candidate by having lots of lit drops, your campaign literature, exposed on organizations and in windows in the community. And again, what are your restrictions? There was one time that we were very energetic and extensive, and we put literature campaign posters on some of the street signs and some of the street poles. And that came with a fine, but as would be told, we were able to have that fine eliminated. But you've got to know those kinds of requirements. You've got to get the media involved. You've got to organize around issues that are important to the people that are in the community, and attend those community meetings so that people begin to see you and hear you. What's your position? What is your position? And can they clearly hear what it is your position is? Or is it something that's cloudy and nebulous and not clear cut and just the usual rhetoric? So you've got to make sure that your candidate is well versed in that. And you can have some kinds of role play situations and have those strategy people prep your candidate, not just for that, but also for going to those union meetings where they may be interviewed by the unions. Next slide, please. Getting on the ballot, making an official announcement, invite the media, invite locals to be there, those persons who are supporting you to be at this event, prepare your press statement, letting people know you are on the ballot. Develop strategies for petition driving. We have hit and miss, and we also have targeted. So there's a book that's printed, which has, in fact, all of the names of those who are registered voters. So we do a combination of targeted petitioning for people who are registered in the book. And then we do a broad base where people are out shopping. We go to shopping malls, we go to grocery stores, we go to train stations where people are waiting, and we get their signature. So that increases the volume of how many people are going to be submitted in your petitions. Securing a lawyer. Get a competent lawyer who can meet those deadlines, who can review your petitions, make sure that they are cleaned, as it says, make sure that all the technicalities of the witness statement are accurate, so that if you should be challenged, you know, in fact, that you've met the number and that you have submitted documents that are not fraudulent or mistakes. So that's very important. Open your campaign office so people, again, have that visibility. People will drop in and talk to you informally to find out what's going on. Increase your fundraising. Money is very important in this political process. Very, very important that you build your coffers as much as you can and decide whose money will you not accept. So yes, you want money, but you don't want to take money from all sources. You want to be selective. You want to make sure that as people review your contributors list, they don't say, what? They took money from this corporation? Well, it wouldn't be a corporation, but it might be someone representing a corporation. So we want to make sure that when people look at your contributors list, they can see that you've got the support of the local people and that you're going to be responsible to those people who made those efforts to get you in. So refine your theme, message, and issues, and again, increase your candidates' exposure and recruit volunteers. Most often, we don't have the funds in the deep pockets to be able to pay people. We have had campaigns that we've run where the people have accepted and understood and embraced and supported what it is that our work has said we are about for our community, and they have volunteered from the very beginning all the way through to the very end. And we do try to make sure that we have enough funds so that on election day, we can support them with giving them $100, $250, $200 for their work, because it is from 6 a.m. here in New York on to 9 p.m. for that election day. And secure funds for a full-time campaign manager and staff, particularly after you've been secured and on the ballot, that you want to have those paid people who are committed to do that. Next slide, please. Getting out the vote. All of those things that you do once you are on the ballot until election day are in fact those efforts that you're presenting to get out the vote. Let people know when the election is, let them know where their polling site is, and let them know who your candidate is and why they should vote for your candidate. So you do that through organizing a mailing strategy, by using robocalls, by going door to door, knocking on people, either through your volunteers or your candidate himself or herself going with you to introduce himself, herself to the voter and let them know what their positions are. You have special events We ask people to come and hear particularly from your candidate, or a platform where all of the candidates are there and you can get to make comparisons. You can go to those housing developments here in New York. We have housing developments that have thousands of people in them. So we oftentimes work with those organizers to have a location there. And of course, our seniors, we can always depend on our seniors to come out and vote. So we want to make sure we visit those places where they gather, senior centers and other places where they gather. And block by block homeowners, that's another, in our community, another element where people are involved in coming out to vote, because they want to be involved in making sure that they have those kinds of resources that will protect them. And the other thing is that we have now, through our last campaign, improved our technology. It's amazing. This generation is coming up with all kinds of technology. So we have the ability to reference who are those who are registered with the Board of Elections. And as we get their signatures, we can build that database. It's not just a person who's a registered voter, but someone that we know has said they will support us. So as we do our canvassing, door to door, and building that database and using that technology to pull out those voters when the time is for the vote. Next slide. Getting out the vote, reaching out to churches, telling them you would like to have your candidate come and address their congregation. Again, all those opportunities that you can create for yourself to be able to get the media to respond to you and to the issues that you are participating in and those events that you're having. More endorsers, people who are going to say, yes, you can use my name. Yes, you can use my photo because people recognize me and I'm willing to have that kind of attachment to you so that people will be able to know that the position that they represent is one that supports your candidacy. Again, the fundraising efforts that's ongoing and organize election day to get out the vote strategies and operation. And next slide, finally. Okay, we missed one, but that's celebrate the victory.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, so getting out the vote, we've done that one. Next slide, please. Here are some of the results of where it is that our races were 2001, 3, 5, 8, 9. So you can see who the candidate was that Operation Power presented and the office that they were running for. And the primary vote is what we're talking about here in New York. Because if you win the primary vote, which now occurs in June, you're pretty much assured that you will win the general election. Now, interesting, Buffalo had a reversal of that because there was a progressive sister that was running. And they decided that she did not represent their interests. And it was unheard of that the primary Democratic candidate did not win in the general, but that's what happened. So we've got to be mindful that you've got to continue to work. This is a system that is out to maintain their voice for the machine, maintain their voice for corporate America. And we've got to make sure that as we come up with this counter position, with this position on behalf of the people, that we do everything that we can to make sure that, as you can see, I think there may be another slide as well, but we've been victorious, yes, in all of these races. There was one year, as you can see in 2016, where Charles was a candidate for the state assembly and they did not offer a candidate to oppose him. We had no opponent. So that was that. And I think that is the last slide.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Okay. These are some of the folks that are a part of Operation Power, and you can see the positions that they ran for and that they hold. So that's basically it. Just wanted to say that that has worked for us.
Let me play that.
Oh, okay.
This
So
is
you
the
can play
victory
that.
part.
Oh, this is the victory. Thank you.
No, the other one.
Go back.
That one. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
I just want to say I give honor to God, who's the head of my life, for bringing us to this point and for getting us the victory. Because surely when God gives you favor, everything else just follows behind that. So that's first and foremost. And then secondly, I have to give great praises to my husband, council member, Charles Barron. Charles Barron. And certainly, so much of what I have achieved is because of the fact that Charles Barron has blazed the path and he has laid out what it is that a successful council person can do, maintaining their dignity and integrity and standing up and not bending over, not bowing and scraping knees. Charles Barron.
We love Charles Barron.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Thank you.
And we're going to be seeing more of Charles Barron. Yes, I'm taking his seat, but we're going to be seeing more of Charles Barron in the state when he moves on to take my seat, which is going to be vacated starting in January. So look forward to that.
Yes.
But I'm certainly so pleased for so many people who've given such great sacrifice and great contributions to get us to this day. I don't take it lightly. For anything and everything that you did, I thank you so much. I thank you so much. And we've got to continue to go forward. We have meetings here on Saturdays. We invite you to come back for Operation Power. And look for us as we create a big whirlwind of what's going on in our district. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we're moving ever forward. Thank you.
My name is Adeline Bunch. I reside in East New York for the last 50 years. I have known the Barrons since 1997. They are the most gracious people in the world. I am so ecstatically happy that I have Miss Inez Barron as my new council person, and I know it will be only too great when I have my Charles Barron as my assembly person come January. I cannot have two more wonderful people serving our East New York neighborhood.
Hi, my name is Minister Peggy Washington, and I am so ecstatic to be a part of this great movement happening here in the great East New York. 5 years ago, I came to East New York to become a resident, and I came because I knew that the leadership here was impeccable leadership that was going someplace, leadership that was speaking to the needs of the people, and I wanted to be a part of that. So I am very, very ecstatic, very, very happy to say that the Barrons are my friends, my very, very close friends. As a matter of fact, they're the godparents of my children, all three of them, Tucson, Taliba, and Tariq. And we are just happy that our entire family is a part of this movement. Inez Barron is a very special woman, and I congratulate her on her win tonight, on her landslide win. I did hear someone say that, and it really truly is a landslide win. But it's a victory for the people of East New York. The people of East New York can continue to look forward to a proven leadership.
This is not only a victory for the people of East New York, but it's also a victory for women, in particular Black women, women of African and Latino descent. They can look at her as someone they can trust. They can look at another woman in the New York City Council and know that when it comes to education, healthcare, housing, transportation, veterans, seniors, youth, homeless, no matter what the issue is, we know that we have a friend, or what is more, a champion for social and economic justice. I have no doubt that she will be successful. My only issue is that we are leaving a strong woman from Albany and transferring her to the New York City Council. But we have hope that Councilman Charles Barron will take her place there. And so I'm grateful to know her. I congratulate her, and eyes have not seen, ears have not heard the good work that she will do.
My name is Joy Simmons. I am the Chief of Staff of the current New York City Council member, Charles Barron. And I have worked for Councilman Charles Barron since 2005. And I could not think of a better person to continue the legacy than City Councilwoman-elect Inez Barron. Inez Barron has the experience as a legislator in Albany, a consummate legislator, as an educator. She has the integrity, she has the aptitude, and so it is just amazing to see how we're going to be able to continue the legacy with such greatness. I'm so excited to have been a part of not only the city council work over the past 7, 8 years that I've been with Councilman Barron, but also the campaigns for Inez Barron, for Operation Power, for the movement in East New York, the movement in East Brooklyn, to take our community, to make it greater, to make it better. The housing developments that we've been able to do, the parks, and all of the wonderful constituent services that we've been able to provide. And so much more, and we will continue this legacy with Inez Barron. And so I'm very excited about the things.
Thank you for that video.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rosalind McIntosh.
Those were the rest you can cut in the interest of time. But we thank you so much. This is our presentation on how to beat the machine. We've been successful. We still hold 4 or 5 seats, and we're going to continue to mentor others to get those seats. Name recognition and hard work. Hard work is how you beat the machine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uhuru, and thank you so very much for that powerful presentation. And we really felt it was important for it to continue on, because you all are 2 shining, outstanding examples of people who got into office, won, and who held the line, who never forsook their people, and who held the line of radical Black liberation politics in one of the largest cities in the world, and the belly of the beast, New York City. So we are so appreciative of that, and thank you so much. And I'm about to go viral with some of those videos on YouTube of you guys. So we appreciate that greatly. Next, we're going to hear from a former candidate, another brilliant, dynamic, powerful young woman, Sister Akili Anai. And I always say that although she's younger than me, she inspires me so much, and I want to be like her. Just briefly, she ran for city council in 2017 when she was 20 years old, and her campaign went national, and she ran on a very, reparations were central to her campaign, and it made national news. She was on The Breakfast Club, The Washington Post covered it, Ebony Magazine, and she's currently the youngest member to sit on the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, and she's also editor-in-chief of the Burning Spear newspaper and heads many other media institutions under this department. Uhuru, Sister Akili Anai.
Uhuru, Comrade Vice Chair Lisa Davis. I appreciate the introduction, and I'm excited to be here for day 2 of the 6th Electoral Campaign School of the Black is Back. So I want to salute Black is Back. I want to salute my leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella of the African People's Socialist Party, to which I am a member, and under which I ran for political office here in the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. I also want to just state that the African People's Socialist Party has a very extensive history over our 50-year existence, intervening in the electoral process. And certainly the campaigns that I was a part of was just a part of a long continuum of the African People's Socialist Party fighting on various different fronts. So there was a lot of leadership and experience that I was able to gain through this process. I also want to really recognize and salute the Barrons, who in 2017, upon meeting Charles Barron for the first time, when I was, preparing to run for office, I was at the Black is Back, the first Black is Back electoral campaign school. And I was nervous because I had no idea about, this arena. I'd never envisioned doing something like this. And I remember Charles presenting, and it made the whole thing just seem totally unintimidating, and just gave me so much confidence to, really go in and figure out how to just be the best candidate that, I could be, best representative. So just really want to salute the Barrons and all of that incredible work. And it was truly inspirational. So along those lines, I'm also going to be, presenting on, how to run for political office, on a Black Power program. And a lot of the things that I'll probably say are a little redundant, just based on the presentation that came before. But, again, it doesn't help to, it helps to reinforce these points. And there might be some things that I can elaborate on as well. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and present this to everyone. So running for office, Black Power Candidates Edition. So our overview and things that I will cover is how to run for office on a platform that speaks to the genuine interests of the Black community. So first and foremost, no sellouts allowed. We have to have people who are unapologetic and uncompromising in their position and their stance towards the African community, that they have to work in our interests. They have to represent us, and they have to be the voice, the vehicle for us intervening in this electoral arena. If they're not, then we don't want them. We can't support them just because they look like us. So we're saying that if you want to run for office, you have to be prepared to stand on the right side and not to, parade around in blackface in order to get Black votes and then abandon Black interests. So you must have courage and enthusiasm to continue on. This is a real tough road. So you have to, really be, just like fierce. And the whole thing about not letting this arena intimidate you, because they have all of these tactics. They have this decorum that I'll talk about later on. All of these things that really serve as, an assault on the confidence. But you have to know that you're building a movement. You are rooted in the community. It's not just you, but it's the support of the people that you are winning. And you have to carry that with you through the entire process. This is not a you thing, an individual thing, but you have the strength of an entire community that you are representing. So you have to take that, pull from that courage, that enthusiasm, and to fight for the long haul. Establish your campaign committee, creating your platform, which you don't have to start from scratch because the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination has it all laid out for you. Know the issues, fundraising, educating the masses, media coverage, shattering the decorum, outreach, debate tactics, get out the vote, building a people's movement and victory. So those are the things that we can expect to cover in this presentation. So the first thing I wanted to raise before you're running for office, before you decide to run for office, and the previous presentation also spoke about this, but ask yourself, why are you running for office? And avoid an obvious answer. I'm not asking you specifically, why do you think you are the best candidate for the job? I'm asking, for you to pose the question, why am I running for office? And that would require you to, have an understanding, grip on the political conditions, like what is the environment and what are the demographics? Are you running to win a seat? Is this a political career move? Or, is this as a part of a process to build a social movement? It's really important to define what victory is even before you begin. What is victory? And that is based on, again, your objectives for running. So, you have to really answer that question, because that informs the overall campaign and where it is that you're trying to go. So that's the first thing you have to ask yourself. So laying the groundwork, and I want to say to this too, that ideally you would be planning out your campaign 6 months to a year before actually filing to run. And that gives you a lot of time to silently campaign. And so you can take that time to put yourself out there, go to these community meetings, city town hall sessions, all the different community functions, wherever you can get your face out at. You want to really, really have your ear to the ground and be seen among the people, have a face, have a presence, people know your name. And you can also, through this process, learn who the usual suspects are, learn who the likely forces you're going to be contending with, and see who you can call on for support, and start identifying campaign committee members. So if you have that ability, I know sometimes you have to just call it and say, we're going to run, and you just jump in. But if you have the ability to start campaigning 6 months to a year in advance, start laying these things out prior. And so in establishing the party's electoral campaign, you want to retrieve materials that aid in preliminary research, candidates, guidebooks, maps, populations, budgets, upcoming policy changes, articles regarding the current administration. You want to compile as much of that research and study all of that, because that's going to inform what it is that you talk about, what your platform is going to represent. It's also going to be reflected in the kinds of questions they throw at you, things like that. But it also is you getting a sense of what the community is, what the community concerns are, what do people really want you to address, and develop plans to tackle. That's, this is all a part of establishing the character of your electoral campaign. So consolidating the committee, you need a good team to beat the machine. this is really important because you cannot do this on your own. In fact, if you are not a status quo bought candidate, it's going to be especially critical for you to build your campaign team. You're not going to be able to get one of those campaigning services that, you know, for the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or anything like that, whatever kind of setup they have, you know, where you can hire somebody to basically take your campaign for you, because they are going to, you know, determine the direction of that. So you have to rely on a solid campaign committee. If you don't have a campaign committee, the campaign is not legitimate. It has to have a whole, you know, the whole body, you know, has to be pulled together. You have to have people working on different fronts, because as we go forward, you're going to see all of these things like that have to be in place and working, and you can't be the candidate and all of the committee members at the same time. So you have to consolidate the campaign committee. Otherwise, you're just kind of like the lone, you know, protest candidate. And we're presenting ourselves as legitimate contending force in the electoral arena. We are not some protest fringe candidate. We are a legitimate intervention in the electoral process that has locked the African community out of this arena, and, you know, in order to advance our own interests. So we have to, you know, represent a formidable opponent, and that's not reflected in an individual. That's reflected in an entire committee, a whole machine, and the movement that you're building in the process. So for your campaign committee, these are at minimum the roles that you need. And even on, you know, as these are the main coordinating roles for your committee, you're going to have subcommittees that work under those things, because even that one individual will have difficulty trying to do all of that on their own. So you have your campaign manager, your secretary, your fundraiser / treasurer, your field director, media relations coordinator, social media coordinator. When it comes to the field director work, you have the overall field director, the one who is, you know, coordinating and has an eye on the different precincts or the areas that you're going to be organizing in. But even in that committee, you would have precinct captains or, you know, that are, you know, that take a specific chunk, their community, their neighborhood, and organize and work that and report back to the field director. So, you know, this list is not, you know, the whole full list of every role that, you know, you would want to think about or have on your campaign committee, but these are some of the basics. And also events coordinator, things like that, because you're going to be going to events, but you also want to have the capacity to do your own, especially because you know, in the rigged electoral system, you know, they create situations where you're either excluded from these events that they hold themselves, or you'll find that it's very limited, very restrictive in what it is that you're able to do, how you're able to communicate with the people that are there. Usually it involves the same circle of forces. So you have to have the capacity to organize your own events and bring the people to them, to your events, so that they're able to, you know, basically not be involved in kind of a rigged discussion from the get-go. So those are, you know, some of the forces that will be a part of this campaign machine that you're developing. And this is just a photo from our 2017 election or campaign, you know, with some of the campaign committee members. So developing your platform, as stated, you have the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. So there's no need to start from scratch. There is a comprehensive platform that speaks to the interests and advancement of African people, our community. So you can take that, endorse that campaign, and take aspects of that campaign and reflect it to issues that people are specifically talking about. So when if they're talking about police violence, they're talking about gentrification, you want to take from the National Black Political Agenda and, you know, relate that to these different issues in order to develop the platform that you're going to be taking out into your community. So we're going to be raising important issues and challenging the status quo, because they, as part of the rigged electoral system, they contain the kinds of discussion that you're even going to be able to have. And if it wasn't for the Black Power candidate intervening in the electoral process, these aren't even questions they would talk about at all. When we look at the, you know, the popularized reparations debate going on today, in 2017, we were called lunatic fringe, you know, for even raising the whole thing of reparations, and we were told that we cannot win on a platform of reparations. But the fact of the matter is they had to deal with it. And now, you know, you have these Democratic presidential candidates when they were running for office, talking about reparations. You had Obama, who opposed reparations while in office, coming out and saying he would be in favor of some type of form of reparation. I mean, these are all, traitors and things like that who have, made it so that these types of issues could never, ever, ever get discussed. And our presence makes it so that these issues that the African working class is concerned with, that will again help to transform the material conditions of our community, normally they would not be having this conversation, but now they absolutely have to, because we are involved in this process. And that's what your platform is going to do. So know your issues, your platform points. And these are just some of the ones that we had on ours when we were running for office. So reparations and genuine economic development for the Black community. That was the top priority, was reparations to African people, reparations for the crimes and we laid out all the things historically that the St. Pete City government has done to the African community as the basis, the case for reparations to African people in the city of St. Pete. We laid that out, and we showed how reparations is the solution versus, the negative policy of police containment of our communities. We showed how this can solve most of the fundamental problems that our people immediately face in these communities. We also showed how reparations benefits the entire city. So we had, this as central to our platform, because we understood that reparations was the key component that would inform everything else. It would, on our platform, everything else that we would be fighting for would be tied to this question of reparations. So we have Black community control of the police, ending the anti-Black rigged election system, affordable housing, and end to gentrification, quality, relevant Black education. These were some of the primary points we had on our platform, because when we went to door to door and we talked about these issues, we could hear it coming right back to us. African people would say, well, I have an issue with this, I have an issue with that. And we'd be able to go, well, reparations solves this. Black community control of the police is what we need here. And this is something that we can totally win unity around. We have bold campaign slogans that spoke to our platform. So in St. Louis, we ran President Columbia, the International People's Democratic Movement, for
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay, in St. Louis. So wow. Okay. So her platform, Revolutionary Times, Revolutionary Solutions in St. Pete, unity through reparations, and make the South Side Black again. Very bold, daring slogans that make, that just lay out who we are from the get-go. This is who we are, this is what we represent. And it's totally different from the people that we're going to be running against. And that's an important part, because you have to distinguish yourself from the opposition. And a lot of the times it's you'll have 5 people in the same race and they all saying the same thing. It's like the same person. You have to be the distinguishing factor. You have to totally separate yourselves from the status quo candidates that are saying what needs to be said to get along, and present something totally different, because that's what people are looking towards right now. People are looking for something totally different because the old way does not work. So these bold campaign slogans just say it from the get-go. So raising campaign resources. This was stated in the presentation given by the Baron, so I won't go too much in here, especially because of time. But just again, no big money corruption. We don't accept money from big developers and people that are working against the interests of the African working class, because those who fund you have to work for them. So if your campaign resources are coming in from the people, then those are the people you work for. And in 2019, we had a viral campaign video that was circulated, and we started getting a flood of donations. We had so many donors. We didn't have big donors like the land developers, but we had so many donors that we crashed their system. Like their system was down, and anyway, the reporting was crazy. But we had support coming from all throughout the U.S. and internationally, and those were resources we had to turn away, unfortunately, because we couldn't accept those. But this national support, because the campaigns that we led in St. Pete reflected something for the entire African working class population, not just in this country, but around the world. That's what it represented. So it's bigger than the precinct or the district or ward that you're running for. It's much bigger, because you are representing the interests of the African working class everywhere. So you can develop that support through that process. But fundraisers, raising resources, none of this stuff is free. So you're going to need to make the money. So as mentioned, accounting process is very, very strict. And that's one of the places they try to attack you the most. They look at all your fundraising reports. It's all like public record information. They'll report on it in the news. So this is something that you want to make sure is never mishandled. So educating the masses, creating the opportunity for the people to learn the platform and understand why they should unite with it. And you can host town halls, weekly campaign rallies, protests/demonstrations, community concerts, candidate forums. Get really creative and create a situation where you can meet the masses exactly where they are and bring them to you. So this is us at St. Pete City Hall, you know, just a rally. You know, we're just rallying the people, soapboxing, all these kinds of things to educate the masses to our platform. And here, you know, our demonstrations, and these are things, again, when we talk about silently campaigning, these are things you need to be involved in, leading demonstrations so the community can see you as the face, the leadership around these critical questions, even before you decide to throw your hat into the race. So leading community demonstrations, building a campaign office or seizing a campaign office in any way that you can. This one right here, we got right in the heart of the African working class community, and it gave the people the ability to come to us on a daily basis. We were there, you know, essentially every day of the week, 7 days a week, you know, there at the campaign office and our operations, and it was very public. We're on a busy street, you know, so people can see us. We have this banner outside. And it's, again, rooted right there in the community with the people. So participating in local events, as I mentioned, creating the conditions for your own events, but also organizing contingents to participate in local events as well. A massive campaign volunteer base, you can be in several different places at once. And I mean, in terms of your campaign. So, you know, you'll be at this different local event, this community town hall, because you have a representative there. So, you know, that's what building that campaign committee and that volunteer base is going to be critical for, but you want to participate in local events. Right here, we're at the, you know, one of the biggest pride celebrations in this country. And so, you know, we're here raising up the demand for reparations to African people in a very white, you know, celebration. So media coverage. It's important to note that the media is going to work against you. Having your own capacity is also really important. And fortunately, we have the Burning Spear newspaper. We have, you know, our own radio institutions. And we also develop broadsheets and things like that. But, you know, we also want to, you know, hold press conferences, develop TV ads, and, you know, just get as much coverage as we possibly can, you know, overall, because a lot of the times too, you're probably going to be fighting for name recognition. So you have to really, really assert and get your name out there in all kinds of ways. And media coverage is an essential component. So you want to have a strong media capacity for your team. Again, get creative with this, but also build your media database and, you know, constantly, relentlessly, you know, reach out and hold actions and things like that that can generate media coverage. So, well, I'm not going to play this, but this was an example of our campaign being referenced on the Breakfast Club. So, as mentioned, we were in Ebony Magazine, and where, you know, reparations being discussed in Ebony Magazine. So, yeah, and like I said, that viral video in 2019, I mean, that generated so much support for this campaign. So be bold, shatter the decorum. You know, there is a standard practice, the way you should talk, the way you should dress, you know, the way you should appear, the proper way of participating in the electoral process. We say to hell with, you know, their decorum. And the fact of the matter is the interest of the African working class doesn't reflect any decorum of this social system. So we have to absolutely shatter it. And, you know, the optics of this, I mean, you could just look at it yourselves. You got these, you know, these very status quo politicians. And we're obviously the very stark contrast to all of that.
Time?
Time. Okay, well.
You're gonna, if you don't have too much longer, just to complete your slide presentation, maybe.
Was that 20 minutes or did we reduce time?
No, it's 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Okay, well, yeah, I'm self-critical because I didn't realize that time went by so fast, but there's a lot more to this presentation, so I guess I can't go all the way through it. But let me just get to towards the end. So the get out the vote strategy. So before election day, make sure to actively register people to vote for the duration of your campaign. Prioritize vote by mail voters and offer to submit their vote for them. Note who requests a ride to the polls on sign-up sheets. Send out several mailers, robocalls, and auto mass texts, and develop video ad for local press and social media. And on election day, prepare your campaign staff and volunteers to be at polls with high importance. Have all outreach materials. Prepare to be out there all day. Arrange for a campaign staff member or volunteer to be present at the ballot count. At your campaign headquarters, there should be a team of phone bankers lined up, calling your yes votes on the fencers and any contact you haven't reached. Have a vehicle or several lined up to transport people or ballots to the polls, consolidate sound trucks, and have a team set aside to get the victory party ready, because that's a real important part as well. And politicians don't change the world. The power is in the people. So that's where we have to organize. That's our base. And the people are what makes things happen. You apply enough pressure, to these politicians, and you build a social movement. They, they have to move in a certain direction that responds to this pressure coming from, the masses. So building among the people and building a social movement is the critical component. And that's really how you can measure your success as a Black Power candidate. So as it states here, although we did not win the election, we built a powerful movement based in the African working class of St. Petersburg. And that was quoted from Chairman Amale Shatella as a part of the summation of our electoral run in St. Petersburg. So that's my time, comrades. Thank you for your patience, and Uhuru. Thank you.
Uhuru, and thank you so much. And I just want to emphasize that these candidates, like the Barons, they sought out the Black is Back endorsement, and they stood on the 19-point platform. Sister Akili Anayi, and both of the elections that she ran on accepting the 19-point platform. And Brother Jesse Todd, who will be the next the next actually alderman. He's an alderman currently, but he's going to be the next presenter. But he also had accepted the 19-point platform. I've seen him many times at several of the Black is Back electoral campaign schools. So it's important to understand they ran very strong campaigns. And as far as I'm concerned, they were very successful campaigns that they ran. And let me just briefly introduce Brother Jesse Todd. He is currently an alderman in St. Louis, Missouri. He was the treasurer of the Democratic Party Central Committee, and he's been a supporter of NPDUM, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. He has accepted the 19-point platform, the 19-point Black Agenda platform for self-determination. And he's a strong supporter of the Black is Back coalition, and he don't take no prisoners. And he's currently alderman. So you can be bold, you can be courageous, and you can still take office, and you can maintain your integrity. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrade, thank you very much for having me here today. I want to start off by saying that we are winning. There were some dynamic speakers before me, so I will not have very much to add. I would just add some things about how we can beat the machine, since I was part of the machine for more than 20 years and also the treasurer from almost 10 years. So the machine can be beaten. In fact, with the dynamic leadership that I listened to before earlier, we are not only can it be beaten, it is being beaten. So what we have to do is continue to march on and beat it with our 19-point program. The first thing we have to do is I always like to keep Malcolm in mind when he said, history is best qualified to reward our research. So what I decided to do today was talk about some machines that have existed before chattel slavery ended. As far as my knowledge and information, the first machine that I know of, that doesn't mean that there weren't any before. I may not know of them. Again, and there will be exceptions to anything I say today. But the first one that I know of was called that I read about when I was in undergraduate school, was called Plunkett of Tammany Hall by William L. Reardon. This machine was the first one in its function in New York. It was at its heyday in 1848. That was before chattel slavery ended in the middle states in this country as well as in the South. It was part of the democratic machine. It was when we had when this country had a lot of people coming from Europe. What the machine did, the main thing it provided was jobs. But I want to read a few things that he said because of the fact that we need to understand that the machine was successful at that time. The first thing he said was that the poor are the most grateful people in the world. They have more friends in their neighborhood than the rich have in theirs. That still holds true today. We talk about the working class. We advocate on behalf of the working class Africa, the poor and the working class Africa. That is the #1 reason we're going to win, because there are more of us and more of us than there are rich people than there are petty bourgeoisie. Also, he says in this book that the politicians who make a lasting impression, lasting success in politics are always loyal to their constituents, and also they are loyal to the organization. And in our case, it would be the loyal to our constituents, as well as this 19 points of the Black is Back coalition. And then I will read a few more from what he said because it's very interesting. He says, when the voters elect a leader, and I found this to be true, when the voters elect a leader, they make a sort of a contract with me, with the leader. They say, although it isn't written, we put you here to look out for our interests. You want to see that this district get all the jobs and all the resources that are available. Okay, so what they expect, if he lives up to it, I would be living up to it when I spend most of my time chasing after different departments, making sure that the services and all of the other things that my constituents have coming are coming. Even though, and so that's one thing, advantage that we have as a Black is Back coalition, that sellout politicians and the bourgeois politicians, they're not out chasing, they're not out representing the interests of the community. What they're doing is representing, their priority are the donors who give them money, as well as their own. Most of them, not all, but most of them are actually are more concerned. Their priority is to win election again and to get what they can out of politics, not what they can do for the community. Because, for example, in St. Louis, almost half the budget is spent on containment, and so I do not vote for the budget. And I educate the community about how we can how that money could really be used to make sure that our community is a better place to live and a safer place. We also must, also he says that we must also look after our supporters the same as a flock of geese do. This is in the Black is Back coalition, that's in politics, that's how we beat the machine. If a flock of geese are flying and one of them gets sick or hurt and it falls, the other geese stay there until the goose is either well or dies. So in other words, we have to be loyal again to our constituents, as well as our organization, the Black and principal organization, the Black is Back coalition, and it's 19 points. And when we're running for offices, we always have to remember, and that's one thing when I was a young person, teenager, when I first joined the Nation of Islam, which with Malcolm, he will always talk very plain. So the book does reiterate that when you're making speeches, we have to use the same words, same language as the people. So those are some of the things that this book by Plucking of Tammany Hall, by William L. Reardon. I didn't read the whole book, but you should read the book. You can order this book and I'm not trying to sell it, but you should read, you could easily order it from Amazon. And the last, and I'm gonna quickly go, in this other book that talks about the late Richard Daley of Chicago. He was the mayor of Chicago. He ran the Daley machine. That was in the 60s and early 70s, which is called Boss, Richard J. Daley of Chicago by Mike Royko. This book is interesting because a lot of the politicians, and I know all of them in St. Louis, they will use the book I just said by Tammany Hall and this book written on Richard Daley to to try and challenge, when you challenge them, they would try to use these books. And if you know your opponent and know where they're coming from, it's easier to challenge them. But one important thing this book does say is that whenever Daley was confronted, he would always ask the progressive people and the revolutionaries about their program. And so what their plans for solving the problem in the community. And as was stated earlier, I've seen dynamic, I saw a dynamic election run by Columba E, who's of the Uhuru movement. And she did have a plan. That was a dynamic. I've also seen Zaki Barutis run many campaigns. So you do need to have a plan, but when I will give you an example of a plan that I ran also when and the plan has, the way we beat the machine, the plan has to meet the needs of the people. It has to be doable. It has to be believable. And it has to be related to the position that you're seeking. And I have been able to get this resolution to get it passed, but I'm still fighting the board to get the money put in to have this plan implemented. And the reason I have to fight so hard is because when they're giving half of the budget to the so-called public safety, which is predominantly the police and other agencies that do not serve the people, that is what my big fight is. And I have some allies, but not enough to get it passed. But I'm constantly putting pressure on Black aldermen especially, and then we have a progressive faction, so we have enough votes if I could get the Black ones to do it. But the biggest problem in St. Louis is we have the Black aldermen do not adequately represent the Black community. And so my plan is that short-range plan is to simply eliminate poverty, which is not overnight, but jobs and a guaranteed annual income. But for the city, it's drug treatment instead of locking up people for drugs. And I did get it passed where drugs is a medical problem, not a police problem. And as all of you know, is that the government and the police are complicit, as well as the government is responsible for the drug being in the community anyway when they take out most of the resources and then that's the only viable alternative, as well as drugs itself. The countries that are the producers of the drugs are also we also give them foreign aid. So we could cut off foreign aid and give them an alternative crops, and that would drive up the prices of drugs to the point where the people, where Africans wouldn't be able to afford it, as they were not able to afford it when I was a teenager, because I knew about cocaine and other things. I've never been a drug user or a drug addict, but I knew about it because I was in the street. But the point is that they lowered the price of cocaine so that it would be low enough, and did absolutely nothing to drive up the price so that it would be eliminated. And then cleaning off our community and cleaning it up, which in north of Delmar, which is the Black part of the city of St. Louis, they cut you have tall grass, weeds, and when they cut it, they just leave it. But and then boarding up buildings on all floors. Actually, what happens is in St. Louis, we had these buildings, they only board up the first floor, and then during inclement weather and bad weather, when it's raining and snowing, what happens is over a period of time, these buildings have to be torn down. These are beautiful brick buildings. But then what happens is that's where they come back in, talk about they're gonna bring in white developers and some black ones too who are hustling. And that's how gentrification starts, because once you can't use the buildings, you tear them down, the neighborhood, you have all these vacant buildings, then people move out. And we're having that problem now. And the last thing is that we have over 110 parks in our city, of St. Louis. Now, one of the parks in the city of St. Louis has supervised recreation by the city, although we have all of these parks. So whenever they ask me, what is my plan to solve the problem, because I talk about it so much, I've had this plan, which is called the TIDE Plan, for many, many years, 20, 30 years. So the main point is, as I was saying about Boss, is by Richard J. Delia and written by Mike Rocca, is that whenever they ask me, what is my plan, I keep it in my briefcase, my book bag in my pocket. And if they ask me, what is my plan, I just simply hand it to them. So don't be caught off guard. Always have your plan. I know what your solution is. The other thing about St. Louis is what would help us beat the machine in St. Louis if we had term limits. We need term limits, and I heard yesterday, and I also mentioned it in the paper about 2 or 3 months ago. One of the solutions after when I was being interviewed, that we do need term limits, because in St. Louis we have some politics. The people who are already in office, they get free press, they get favorable treatment. So therefore, it's more difficult for a person who is trying to win offices when you're running against an incumbent, because of the lack of resources that most incumbents have, and you have to have your own money. And if you get it from corporations, you're going to be beholden to them. So term limits is one thing. Another way to beat the machine. Many of us celebrate Kwanzaa. But what we need to do is, for example, Ujamaa cooperative economics, to build and maintain our own stores, shops, and other businesses, and to profit from them together. I think that the way we can beat the machine, for some people, everyone will not be able to work together, live in collectives, share your money because of your organizational structure, because of your family, or whatever, because you just don't like living with a lot of people, whatever the reason is. But some people could live together as a group, could work together as a group, could share in the business, share the same with politics. You could share the work, share the resources. It could be democratized to the point where the community is benefiting. But if you had in St. Louis, if you had a collective of people working, no ward could really beat you in St. Louis, because one thing about the machine politicians, they always fight each other. They are not fighting each other over better services for the community, for the constituents. They are fighting each other over something for themselves personally, or their friends, a few other people. But it's never about fighting to make the conditions better for the masses. So so the machine would be much easier to beat in St. Louis. We must, in order to beat the machine, we must also use every resource we get. We must make sure that I would use Columba. She ran an election. She has children. She used her children were involved, and she had them with her. And we can do the same. Her mother, I think, was involved. And that's an organization. Your family is the first organization that you can have involved, as well as reaching out to other people. Because in St. Louis, again, if you have 4 people, if you have 4 family members, or if you have a collective of anything, an organization, you can win. You can become an alder person. I'm our state rep, because I know of a person who won state rep, didn't have an organization at all, which state rep means like not a council person, but a state representative is the same as an assembly person in some cities. So So in summary, what we need to do is to make sure that we to beat the machine, make sure that we work with the 19-point program. Those who do not intend to run can also be supported, whether it be phone calling, because we can use our phone nationwide. We can use our computers nationwide. We can email, we can Facebook. So we have a lot of advantages in being in an organization. We had the resources to be a machine. What we have to do now is to make sure that we utilize what we got. And finally, what we need to do is make sure a machine, once we take, we can beat the machine, when we come into power, we need to, and this is not being corrupt, when you utilize the resources, the machine utilizes the resources to get people jobs, contracts, and other things. That is what machines do. When we have our machine, those jobs, contracts, they don't go to, goes to the people. But then to the people also who work in these organizations, we need to, under no circumstances, should they be without resources to not just survive, but to live. And so that's how we keep, that's how, and I know being a machine politician, how we kept people in the machine was simply, they have a material interest in the machine. And so they are loyal to the machine because we look after them. So Huru, comrades, thank you all very much.
Uhuru, Brother Jesse Todd, and thank you so much. Also, could you just give me the name? I know you mentioned 2 books. I want to put them in the chat so people will have them. And one of them was about Tammany Hall or something. What's the name of that book?
Plunkitt.
Could you put it in the chat? Could you put it in?
I'll put it in the chat. I hope I'll stick it in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And just to remind people, if you have access to the chat, and if you want to save the chat, you can click on there. If you look at the icons on the bottom of the chat window, there are 3 little buttons. You can click those little buttons and it will allow you to save the chat, because I know many times people put in such awesome information that people want. Our next presenter for this panel is, she hails from Louisiana, a strong sister, Sister Belinda Parker Brown. She's the CEO of Louisiana United. She is an educator, a researcher, a life specialist, community organizer. She gives them hell on the ground in Louisiana. She supports political prisoners, and also she's an advocate for the mistreatment of our people on the ground and what's going on in Angola and the prison scene. And she will tell you more about herself. And thank you so much. Uhuru.
Uhuru, my sister. Wow, this has been just a tremendous impactful information. And I'm just going to, I'm going to bypass my PowerPoint and everything and just get right into some very important things that I feel was left out. But nevertheless, here in Louisiana, we got a whole different kind of monster here when it comes to politics and politicking and ticking and all this kind of foolishness going on to keep these wicked people in office. So the first thing I would say that how to beat the wicked white power machine here in Louisiana is for us to have our own powerful machine, okay? And that was one of the things that, as a community organizer for over 40 years, boots on the ground in the trenches, building relationships with my people that want change. So when I ran for office in 2012, I kept it real simple. I said a fresh face, a fresh voice with fresh ideals. And when I went into their meetings, I learned a lot, because what they would try to do is control your message or control your platform. And they would ask you questions that didn't have anything to do with what you were running on. So what I found out right away that the trick was is that I don't care what question they asked me. I just said what it was I wanted to say and stuck to my platform was that, term limits, we got these people that's been in office forever, for decades, doing what they want to do. And it's time for them to go. Okay. So with that said, I want people to know that one of the qualities of, the first thing that I wish I could have gave my sister Akili my time because she just ran it down. But it's a few things. And then the Barons, Charles Barron and his wife, all of that good stuff. We do all of that. But on top of that, what we have to do, the first thing that we do is hire a private investigator. Okay, because we want all the public workers and the research on the corrupt politicians that's been sitting in these seats. Okay, so we dig up everything. We go all the way back to their dead folks if we have to and dig up everything on them. Okay, because we getting ready to go against them. They are our opponents. And I would say, you get in these meetings and then one of the first questions they want to ask you, well, who's running against you? Don't never say the person's name that's running against you. Don't never speak your opponent's name out of your mouth. Okay. Just say what it is you want to say about them. If you done all your research, you're going to say some things that people need to know. That's for sure. Okay. So take note on that. Don't never get them to say your opponent's name. All right. Number two, when you want to beat the machine, the first thing in order for you to get people to volunteer, because it's hard for people to work for free. And you running a campaign and you're going to need help. So the first thing that I did was form my transitional committee. I gave people jobs that they, that they would be qualified for, when the seat is taken over. Okay, so people are very interested in being a part of your transitional team. Okay. The second thing that you want to do, you want to find out about, you want to get your legislative director. You can go to the state capitol or wherever and get a booklet of listed of all the registered legislators, their names, phone numbers, addresses, and everything, emails and everything. Okay. The next thing you want to do is get go to the Secretary of State. You can get this for free, but you can also get it through whatever party, Democratic Party or Republican Party, whatever party, independent party. And it's called the Vans list. And that list, it may cost you a fee depending on, what your geographic, area. And you would get a list of all of the voters, the registered voters. You can get the list of all parties. Okay, Republican, Independent, Democrat, everybody. And you can also look on that list to see, who those individuals would be constituents that that you can get a yes vote for. So the reason for that is to count your votes. Count your votes before you even get in the race. Start counting your votes. And one of the things that I did in order to count my votes is that I formed, by me being a community organizer and working very closely with other grassroots organizations, that's very important, that can set up various committees to register people to vote. So I want to go after all the non-registered voters. And I started in the high schools where people, young children would be eligible to vote at a certain age. And by the time they reach, you can register them like a year before. If they're 16 and, here in Louisiana, you know, I think it's 17, you consider the adult, you can actually be registered and vote. Okay, so I start off by doing that, counting my votes, get all these people registered to vote, and what I'm leaving out. Okay, with that said, you probably have seen this on the bottom of your literature, or push cards or whatever it is. You know, you also want to do something, you know, that's called, you know, business cards. You know, the business card worked best for me because you always want to be prepared to put something in somebody's hand. And now, I mean, that's the least expensive to put your push card, you know, keep it real simple. Like Brother Todd just said, that something that you can roll off the top of your head, or something you can reach and pass people, you know, immediately. Now, you know, here in Louisiana, we have something that's called the school car lines. I don't know if everybody have that in their state or not, but, you know, I went around, I was running for school board. So I went around and I went to all the schools in my district and through the car lines, that in the morning when they're dropping their kids off, and in the afternoon when they're picking their kids up, and just handing them my business card, you know, campaigning that way. It's a real easy way to get to all of your constituents. You know, so I'm saying at the bottom, one of the most important things is that you form a committee that will have all of those things that Sister Akili talked about, that, you know, with your campaign manager, your secretary, your fundraiser, your field director, you know, all of those people listed, your accounting and all of that. But your committee would open up your bank account, and you always want to say paid by the committee to elect. Okay, you definitely want to use that, because see, here in Louisiana, they're real strict about, you know, making sure you're reporting, you know, to the state all of your fundraising, you know, income. Okay. Now, when I say that we hire the private investigator, because we want to dig up everything, because when we vote these people in office, we want to vote them out. They get in there, think they're going to flip the script. Then we voted you in, we're going to vote you out. Now, that's where the power comes in. Okay, because see, it's one thing to have a machine, but it's another thing to have a powerful machine, because they know that is the reason why they got that seat in the first place was because of, you know, well, I'm going to say it like this: Louisiana United International endorsed you to run. And now that we have the Black political agenda for self-determination, that they have to accept, you know, agree, you know, for that platform, that agenda. And also, you know, we hold them accountable to, we don't want nobody to make no special promises, because promises, you know, that stuff come and go, but we want them to keep their word. Okay, and when they agree to the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, they study that and make sure that they agree to that, then they have to keep their word. All right. All right, something that Sister Akili said is that, you know, to know why they're running for office, that's very important. You know, we want to know why, because we don't accept if you got a hidden agenda, or you think you're going to get in there and flip the script, and if we vote you in, we're going to vote you out. I think I said that. That's very important. Okay. All right. So you need a good team in order to beat the machine.
Sign up free.
Somebody need to mute. Okay, endorsements. That's muted. Something else that's very important. I'm almost done. Endorsements. You don't want everybody's endorsements, because of the fact that endorsements can help you lose. All right, so you want to be very careful that you study your endorsements, and that you make sure that the people that are in, like say for instance, the teachers union wanted to endorse me. No, I don't want the endorsements because, I did my research and, it just don't, probably why, the importance of that is that you're not going to be bought and sold. Okay. So you take the oath, you swear to the oath to serve the people, and the power is with the people. And when you start taking special endorsements and getting into, favoritism, nepotism, and all that kind of stuff, what you gonna do for me, then you got to stay away from that. So I have concluded the most important things. Oh yeah, this is last thing. Now, since we don't play, I don't fight fair, I don't sit down, I don't negotiate with the devil. When we feel like we have a powerful person in office that we are determined to beat because we run people to win, period. Okay, so we don't play fair. All right. So when we see that we can split the vote, we recruit somebody that can come in and steal votes. That's how in our last governor election, I endorsed the governor for the first run, the first 4 years, his first term. Matter of fact, it was our organization that asked him to run for governor as a Democrat. And he got in there and he flipped the script on us. Now he had a racist, Ku Klux Klan, Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan running against him in the second go round that was determined to beat him. And my thing is that I told him, since you flipped on us, Governor John Bell Edwards, I'm going to make sure you don't win coming out the gate. So we researched and we found out that he had $13 million in his coffin to run for the second term. And I told him to his face, you're going to spend every dime in a runoff. Now, since I couldn't vote for the Republican, the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, I made sure that the message was loud and clear to our backstabbing governor that we're trying to indict right now for the murder of Ronald Green that he covered up. He helped cover it up. That he spent all that money. Okay, so on that note, I want to say that don't play no games with these people. All right, don't do no special favors. Wrong is wrong, right is right. You get in office and you think you're going to flip on us, and we were the reason why you got there in the first place. Then we voted you in, we're going to vote you out. All right. So if anybody want to know about that strategic strategy on how to split the vote, okay. And a lot of times we have used it and took the seat. But it's very important that you
5 minutes.
do that strategy. So time, thank you all. I really appreciate this. And that's it for now.
Actually, Comrade Sister, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Okay. I wanted to say a little bit more about splitting the vote. A lot of people, they want to play fair up against these wicked people. And a lot of times you cannot play fair with them. And that's what happens. You got to know that strategic strategy on how to shut them down, take the votes away from them by putting another opponent to run in the race against them and risk your chance of forcing them into a runoff and then endorsing your candidate to take that seat. So thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, that's it. I think I got everything covered. Oh yeah, one of the other things, find out the amendments. A lot of times people don't take time out to study those amendments that's on the ballot when you're running for office, and be able to address those amendments in favor of your constituents, because those are very important things that will affect, tax millages and stuff like that, taxes and millages that can, your schools and all of that. So those amendments and those things you should pay attention to when you're running for office. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. I hope I covered some things that people can use. And this have been very, very good. Thank you so much.
Uhuru, this has been excellent. Sister Belinda Parker Brown, keep your cameras on. Panelists who are part of the last panel, please open up your cameras. We're going to have a question and answers time. It's going to be for 25 minutes. Also, if you have any question and answers, if you have any questions, if you're inside of the meeting room, please put them in the Q&A. And let's just start and get this rolling. And of course, also other panelists, you also can ask questions and even feel free to answer. And when you do, I'll just remind you to please take your camera off. And let me just start with one question, because people were asking about this yesterday. We got several questions, and this is very important. But the question is, how do we keep the young people engaged in this process? And certainly, as we know that many of them are going to begin to register to vote, this is a great panel to begin that discussion. Uhuru.
Sister Lisa, I can say one of the things that we do, we create our own environment on what it is that young people like. And a lot of times what we do is have, summits and, at the park celebrations, kids like to eat. And we do things with their, in order to reach them, you have to do things that they enjoy. And that is like with music, their gifts, their talents, so we use that as a platform to reach them and then get them registered to vote, get them involved with that process.
Well, I would, when you run a candidate like Akile, I was so impressed with you, the way you articulated the platform, the way you dealt with debates, the way you approached the people in the community door to door and went to special activities. I was bragging about you for a couple of years, and I even had my Operation Power leadership team look at some of your videos. The way you presented yourself was incredible. So I think the best way to keep young people involved, run some young people like Akile. She's young. And what we do in our leadership and Operation Power, like half the leadership team is young, under 40 and 30. So I think you got to get young people in leadership positions. And once they're in leadership positions, they have connections to hip hop organizations. They have connections to grassroots, like in our case in East New York, we have a Cure Violence team, or violence interrupters, or they call themselves a crisis management systems team. And these are young people that we got their program funded to the tune of millions of dollars. So they hired 50, 60 people. Many of them came out from being incarcerated that no one else would hire. So once you are meeting the needs of young people, because we always say you got to bring young people. What about young people? What about young people? They're there, they're open, and they're ready, but we got to meet their needs and provide leadership positions like the African People's Socialist Party does with Akile and others. We are so proud of you, and I hope that you keep up. You won. You didn't lose. You won, because people didn't know you before. They know you now. So I was so proud of that campaign. And to see people like Jesse Todd and my sister Brent, you know, all of us, this presentation was excellent. And once young people could see that you're speaking their language, involving them in leadership, they will come.
For real. Yeah. And, you know, to add to that, you know, to answer this question, I just think about what, you know, motivated me to, and to be involved and be a member of the African People's Socialist Party. And it was that, you know, this really sharp political analysis, this line, this, you know, this total departure from selloutism, opportunism. I mean, it was like, even if I didn't necessarily know how to define, you know, those things at the time, it was like, this was clearly different. And when you go out with a platform that is obviously different from those that you always hear, you know, that's really important. I just think that to be able to speak to, you know, African youth and just the African working class in general, we have to be able to say the issues and talk about and deal with the issues pertaining to us, that and to not be scared to do that. I mean, the whole belly crawling, simpering thing, you know, it's like, it's not attractive, you know, politically, it's not attractive. And so I just think about, you know, what brought me to the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party. And it's just this whole relentless, just like, yeah, relentless, you know, pursuit for, you know, us to be able to be self-determining and a free people, which means that you're not always going to be popular, which means that people are going to attack you. That's what's happened to our, you know, to our leaders in our movement historically, but it's the consistency to stand on the right side of the question. And, you know, I think that, particularly speaking for my generation and younger, that's critical. And but I also think that it's important to note that, you know, there's also a generation of young sellouts. I mean, that they've been grooming for a very long time to assume the place of the lot of the current, you know, sellouts that occupy these places. So, you know, we're, and these are people I ran against. I mean, they put my middle school bully in the race that I was running in, you know, and they represented the NAACP. So, you know, and ultimately they didn't vote for her. You know, the people in my generation did not vote for that sister because, this obvious status quo thing. And yeah, and I also want to unite with Sister Belinda with, you know, just creatively employing these forces into the whole campaign structure, into the work, to allow people to actually be involved and lead in the process, to be able to make determinations to contribute to the process. Because, you know, I mean, these are incredible genius, you know, these geniuses that, you know, can really be unleashed. And that's what the campaign has to do, is unleash, you know, the talent and, you know, the ideas and things that have constantly been suppressed. And I just think it gives you the more confidence, you know, revolutionary confidence. And, you know, it really gives people a stake, including, you know, young people, to make this happen. It gives them a stake in this campaign being successful.
And very quickly, when you mentioned Sister Belinda, you would be attractive to New York youth because you don't play. See, the young people look at your swagger. If you ain't got no swagger, if you ain't got no style, if you bringing it, even if you progressive and radical, but if you're coming off bushy and you ain't got that black swagger, that down to earth style, that's what they say to me sometimes. I come back in the community, young people say, "Oh, Brother Barron, we saw you on TV, man." And then I would say to them, "What did I say?" I don't know, but you beat that white man up. They don't remember words you said sometimes, but the swagger. See, you got it, Sister Belinda.
Well, that's because I have 8 children of my own, and my oldest is 43. So I'm not missing out on nothing right now. I didn't, growing up, I didn't know how to have the swagger, but now this generation, you can't survive without it, you know, so.
Look, can you imagine?
I appreciate that.
Can you imagine swagger with the 19-point platform? That's the dynamite stuff.
That's a force to be reckoned with. One of the things you're saying too is that we have a justice theater that actually allowed the kids to, just like Keely just said, is that allowed them to express themselves and with their own creative abilities. I mean, that And then they kind of like put together, they even did a rap song for my campaign, you know. They got all on Facebook, and I can't even remember what it was, but they did a rap and a step and all of that to the beat.
I just want to interject a moment. Speaking of watching stuff on television, because like I said, I watched Brother Charles the Barons a whole lot. And I remember there's a video where you're in I think the assembly room, and you may have been showing support for Colin Kaepernick, but he had the black flag. He gets the red, black, and green. He gets on his knees and he gives a black power fist.
Oh, yeah.
And I think you were right in the middle of the assembly room, and it was, so find that video. But so you can be like him.
You know, that was when they had Flag Day.
Oh, okay.
Against it, and I put our flag up. They even told me I couldn't come in the assembly without a shirt and tie. That's the decorum of the assembly.
Right.
And so the first time I got up there, they said all the media was running. What y'all gonna do with Barron? He said he ain't putting on no shirt and tie. The whole assembly, the speaker, and all of them about my dress. So the guy said, why don't you wear a shirt and tie? I said, because I'm African. He said, you come from Africa originally? And then he said, well, you know, what you gonna do? I said, I'm going to take my seat. I dare them to stop me. They had a special meeting. They said, you know, he's properly dressed. It's a cultural thing. I was the first male ever to enter the state assembly chambers without a shirt and tie.
I just want to say, I see some people raising their hands. If you're panelists, please feel free to interject. But I see Sister Nellie Bailey has a hand raised. Also, I'm told that we have a question from somebody in St. Louis from Aquaba Hall. And just for our reviewers to understand, we are doing this this conference. This is hybrid. So we got people in the hall in St. Louis, and then we have people in the Zoom room. So let's go first with the question from Aquaba Hall, and then Sister Nellie Bailey will come back to you. And also just a reminder, people, that this panel discussion, this Q&A ends at 1:24. So just also try to remember when you ask your questions, and that brevity is better, and even when you answer them, because we want to get as many questions and answers in as possible. So Aquaba Hall.
This is Columbi Internet here in St. Louis at the Aquaba Hall. I just really want to just say that this was a dynamic panel, like every single one of you. Even, you know, running for office, like I learned so much and bear witness to a lot of what everybody put out. This is priceless, and we got to get it out for more people, because this was great. But I really wanted to say that, like, even after you run for office, what I have experienced is in St. Louis, you have to change the culture. Sometimes that it hasn't been like a real short political line of defining neo-colonial puppets. And people haven't seen campaigns such as ones that we run in the Uhuru movement, where we, like, I love what Ms. Parker, I'm telling you, be killing it. I love it. Like, just your swag and everything, but it's so true. And, you know, the private investigator, we had it built in our organization. Like, it's how we do work, political work, right? So we defining these people, we defining St. Louis, we explaining things where people knew something was happening, but never having the right analogy of being able to understand the circumstances as colonialism, neo-colonial puppets. It is strategic why you poor. They are looting your community, and this is who did it. You know what I'm saying? And like most young people, such as myself, I consider myself still young, I think, you know, didn't even know who all the person was. And so, like, you know, to get young people back into political life is exactly what we said. Like, you know, the grassroots organizing that the Uhuru movement was doing is what attracted me to the movement, that helped me to understand how to, you know, get my message in a quick time and be able to deliver it to the masses of people that might not understand politically as much as I do. And so I really, Alderman Jesse Ty, I just want to remind you to turn your camera on, like seeing your face. But Alderman Jesse Ty, you know, just ran an amazing campaign as well. But after the election, I was engaged in a discussion with one of the opponents that we ran against, and it hit me that our campaign summed him up, and we taught him who he was. You know what I'm saying? Like we told him, like he was like, "You lied on me," and I'm like, "We lied on you." And then he said, "Well, we lied," and I'm like, "No, that is the spy institution is the state." But you know, like just really defining it. You know, they do things and put themselves in the center, and we saying all power to the people. You know, and the people are everything. You know what I'm saying, to everything that we do. And these people are individuals that only have their pockets in the center of everything. And that's why we have to run. I wanted to see if y'all can speak on just how important it is for you to be a candidate that's unapologetic and say it. You know, like, you know, say what the problem is, what is the contradiction, exposing what the person that you were running against has not done, and what make you qualify for this position against this person is what they have not done. I think that is so important. And here in St. Louis, I see how our election has really made people bold, you know what I'm saying, and be able to just say exactly what is happening in the terrain that you are representing. Thank you for this great camp.
And then let me just say this before you all answer Sister Colombaye's question, who is the president of the International Democratic People's Uhuru Movement, and certainly a lot of young people are involved with that. So you all, let me also just remind you guys to please put your websites in the chat room so that people can have access to that. Let's get Sister Nellie Bailey has her hand raised, so let's get her question, and then you all can answer both of them. Sister Nellie Bailey, if you're talking, you're muted. Oh. Okay, well, you know what, why don't you all go on and answer Sister Colombaye's question.
Uhuru. Well, I just want to salute President Colombaye, who also ran a really powerful campaign. I mentioned Revolutionary Times, Revolutionary Solutions in St. Louis, which was, again, this campaign that, you know, represented a struggle of the entire African nation against neo-colonialism and this real like concentration in North St. Louis. So I just really want to salute the party and President Colombaye in that campaign and just unite. And I think that, you know, when we were running these campaigns, you have like very obvious objectives, and then you have these other things that are happening that you might not even totally be conscious of, although it's good to be conscious of it because then you can plan for it. But you have this transformation that's happening, and in particular with the 2019 campaign. And I know that this was because of the fact that the party and the Uhuru movement has been in the city of St. Petersburg. And, you know, the chairman has his birthplace here and organizing the party here. So all of this is contributing to the political and ideological development of the African working class. But in 2017, we ran this reparations campaign. It was, you know, obviously extremely influential, and, you know, it was bringing African workers into political life through this avenue. And then in 2019, it was like on the whole, it was like on steroids. And in the kinds of conversations we were able to have, I mean, at one point, we were talking about socialism. I mean, and people were asking these questions of, you know, about socialism, in support of socialism. They were, you know, talking about colonialism. We were able to say, call it what it was, gentrification, colonialism, you know, police murder and occupation our community, a part of colonial. I mean, we were able to say these things because of how the community was being totally transformed, and we could use this platform, the issues related to our community, and really deepen the understanding around these things. And so, yeah, I just think that it really is important to just like stand on the line, stay on message, and stay to the line, because I mean, African workers are saying it to you anyway. They're already saying it to you. And the point for you is just to deepen it in a way that you can connect it to this platform, and to say, I'm speaking exactly to what it is that you are talking about. And, you know, you experience that, it just comes right to you. I mean, they're already saying these things, they're already engaged in this discussion, and it's up to you to be the representative that's going to like really push and forward advance it, because you're going to find that they're going to come, the support is going to come in droves. It's going to be incredible. And that support is longer lasting, than anything that the neo-colonialists, the petty bourgeoisie can ever expect to do. So, and also the Uhuru movement in St. Louis has been doing this work, especially since after the murder of Mike Brown, and that gave a really important base for the work and it leaned legitimacy towards the electoral campaigns that we ran in St. Louis. So I think that's absolutely important too. And that's what we're saying. If you're going to assume the responsibility of running for office and you're going to be an African, you have to and represent African interests. You have to be able to say that to do that. And, that's.
Okay. I just want to say, I see this, Sister Nellie, are you available to ask your question
Yes,
now?
yes, I am. I want to ask the two panelists presentations that was just incredible, particularly in terms of encouragement, the issue of intergenerational representation. But my question is, I am from the 7th Assembly District in Central Harlem. It is one of the most corrupt district here in Harlem, particularly through the New York City Board of Education. 80 years of entrenched nepotism that even the corporate media of the New York Times has called for reform. And I think Councilman Barron is aware of this. We ran a campaign pretty quickly here in Harlem. We followed the letter of the advice given by the two presentations. Unfortunately, the New York City Board of Education made it quite clear that they were not about to allow a successful challenge against an incumbent. As a matter of fact, that was its general rule, and over 100 candidates filed lawsuits against the New York City Board of Elections. One has to have a powerful infrastructure, as the two presenters have represented, because if you're out there alone, by yourself, following everything, you will quickly learn that the New York City Board of Election will not allow your candidacy to proceed. And this corruption goes all the way up to the appeals court. It was so bad with our candidate that I called Charles Barron on a number of occasions seeking advice. Harlem has been totally controlled by Wall Street with respect to real estate interests, to a completely corrupt Black misleadership class. And of course, we are in the fiefdom of national network leader, Reverend Sharpton. So if you are starting from the ground, entering into electoral politics, absent the organizational infrastructure that these two presenters have laid out, what is one to do? Our candidate was told, we will allow you to receive about 10% of the vote. A local businesswoman who supported our candidate received a call from the campaign manager of the incumbent who said, quote, "Why do you have that niggas literature up in your store?" She protested. The next day, she received a visit from the New York City Buildings Department that wrote up a fine against her. So help us and those who might be in similar positions to deal with a candidacy that does not have the institutional support that you two have laid out in your presentation.
Well, I want to speak to that real quick. It sounds like to me that you got some corrupt elected officials.
Sounds like it. That is exactly the case.
Okay, then. So that's what we have to deal with is that. And one of the ways we dealt with a corrupt sheriff, a corrupt district attorney, judges, and coroner was that, like I said, they don't like you putting the truth out there in the public with their faces on it. Okay, we wouldn't, like in our legislative book, they have to have their pictures as an elected official in this booklet, or else you can put it offline. With this district attorney and this sheriff, we literally put their face on a poster and listed all the things, because with our private investigator, public records request, I know you can say anything you want about an elected official, but the burden of proof is on them. So what we do is dig up the truth. And in regards to our district attorney, we had the statistics that showed that he was a malicious prosecutor when it came to Black people, because he had put 54% of Black people in Angola. Okay. So we listed that. Okay. You have to talk bad. You have to tell the truth about these people, and you have to expose it to the media. And if the media don't cooperate with you, then you start your own movement with the social media.
And we have the Barron's hands up. So and then we'll conclude this section with their answer. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to let, and I think Nellie knows this, the Democratic Party hires the workers at the Board of Election. Mm-hmm. The Democratic Party selects the judges that's going to judge you when you get in court. When I ran in 1997, I got 5,000 signatures. I only needed 900. They took me to election court. Barack Obama ain't got nothing on me. They said I was not a citizen of the United States of America in 1997. They said we forged over 3,700 signatures. They did not have a handwriting expert. No two signatures looked alike. I had to spend $7,000 for a lawyer to go to court to give him my birth certificate. And the judge was selected by the county boss who was taking me to court, Clarence Norman. So Clarence's judge was sitting there. He couldn't say we were guilty of anything, but the strategy was just to get me to spend $7,000 in court. So I filed for, hey, they should pay the bill, sanction. He said, no, you're not guilty, but no. Then they spent another $3,000 because they appealed the victory. So I'm saying all of that to say they are corrupt. They got it set up. We have to beat them regardless, because that's what we did. Even though they were corrupt, even though they put out lies on me, you should see the mailers that they put out on me, because they had these mailers. They put mailers out there. Oh my God. Some people were calling me up. They had David Duke, the KKK, on a video saying he endorsed me.
Well, he's from Louisiana, right? He ran for governor here in Louisiana.
Yeah. Well, I said I didn't even know he was still alive. What do you mean he endorsed me? So they do all of that. But you know what? What we delivered today through Belinda, through Achille, through Jesse, myself, and Inez, that's how you beat the machine in spite of all of that. Because we brought our message to the masses. And when they did all of that, we won anyway. We showed that history of election. We beat them by 5,000 votes, 7,000 votes, 3,000, sometimes 500 votes. We have 14 victories in primaries and in general elections, in spite of the fact they have all the money. And we got a reparations bill passed for the first time in history in the state assembly, 103 to 45. We got to get it in the Senate next, and 3 political prisoners we got released. So we can beat this machine. It's been proven, and we will, as we continue to, as Nellie said, you have to build the infrastructure. It's the only way you can take them out.
I just want to briefly add my comments and first say to all of us who've been on the panel that I think we did a great job. I want to commend to all of you who were on here, the presentations that you did, the variety, the substance, and the encouragement that were offered. So it's been an honor to serve on this panel with you. I want to commend all of you for your presentations. And secondly, I want to say, just as we talked about how we're going to get young people involved, someone posed the question, how are we going to make sure that those who we put into office stay true to what they say is their mission? How are we going to make sure that they don't cave in? How are we going to make sure that they don't acquiesce and turn tail and go with the status quo? I think one of the ways is that we can make sure that that doesn't happen is that we have to examine those people who present themselves as candidates and seek our support and endorsement. What has been their proven, demonstrated, recorded history in whatever capacity where they have been working, whatever social organization, community groups they were in, legal professions that were in, or wherever the dimension of where they work, have they proven that they are consistent? Have they shown that they will not cave in? Have they demonstrated that they've got the longevity? Not, people come at campaigns and say all kinds of grandiose things, but what has been your proven record? What organizations can vouch for them?
That's right.
And what are those organizational principles that they say they adhere to? And can that organization, if it's an organization we respect, say, no, we can show you and prove to you that this is someone who's bold, who's not going to cave in, who's not weak-kneed and, slope back and whatever else you want to say, but we can vouch for this person's credentials. And I think that's how we're going to find candidates that stand true to what they say when they're running and they don't cave in under the pressure. Of course, it is a lot of pressure, but they don't cave into that pressure because that's not in their makeup to cave in. So I think that's one of the ways that we can try to make sure that we get those worthy candidates in.
Uhuru. And we are at time for this section, but this has just been so powerful. I unite with what everyone has said. And let me just close this segment out by saying how people can get our 19-point platform. I put a link in the chat, but also please go to the Black is Back website. That's www.blackisbackcoalition.org. That's blackisbackcoalition.org. And you will see tabs at the top of our website. One of the tabs says our 19-point platform. So please go to that, download it, and also understand this much too. When candidates seek our endorsement, they have to accept that platform, all of it, all 19 points. And there's some very radical points there. And the same way we will give an endorsement, we will also pull an endorsement back if we have to. So we stand behind what we say, and we mean it. And let's just get ready to continue with our program. Again, this has been so powerful, and we're going to surely make sure that this is on our website. And let me just tell you a little bit about what's coming up. We are about to have a call for resources. Reverend Pinckney, who will later on be telling us how we can get these people out of office, because just the same way we can use the power of our vote, we should be able to use the power of removing them as well. So next, we're going to have a call for resources. Reverend Pinckney, are you in the house? Reverend Pinckney? Okay, well, he might not be with us just yet. If he is, we can't hear him. But in the meantime, we want to raise $3,000 for this weekend. How much did we raise yesterday? Does anybody have a tab on that? Hello?
I can grab that information here for you shortly.
Certainly, certainly. And do we have the the PowerPoint ready with the membership? Because now we have our call for resources.
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. I think we made over half yesterday, but we surely want to make more. We have got to be completely independent from this atrocious system. And the only way we are going to do it, we got to support ourselves and to support organizations that are on the ground doing the work, revolutionary organizations, I like to add. Sister Belinda Parker Brown, do you want to come up on this screen with me and help me make it rain? You can pledge, if we have somebody who wants to pledge $1,500, you can pledge.
Lisa,
yes,
my camera won't open, but my mic is open. And yes, I will come and help you make it rain because, you know, we need a hurricane because we cannot do this, you know, without the resources. Yes, I can join you if my camera opens.
Great. Well, you can pledge, if somebody wants to pledge $1,500 right now, that will be great. And then we can just move on with the program. If you want to just pledge $1,500. And also, let me just remind people that when you do make these pledges, if you want to spread them out, you can. You know, we are very, very, very open in terms of how we accept our pledges and our donations. So let's move to the next slide. We're going to go over the membership. And also, let me just emphasize this much. People power is what's most important. We want it all, but certainly we want people power and membership. We can't do anything without the people. So we surely want people power. We need membership. We need to come together. So let's look at some of the giving levels that we have. Next slide, please. Okay, we have $1,000 or more. Queen Mother Yah Asantua, Dorothy Lewis. You can see right here, she said, we must face it while we have been marching for jobs. Jobs have been marching out of this country in search of new slaves in foreign countries. So we want to honor her. If you want to take out a membership in the name of Dorothy Lewis for $1,000, please feel free to do that. Let's look at our next membership level. Okay. Remember that we good. You can become a member in honor of us. We take that.
Well, we want people to become members, Lisa, because you said it earlier. That's where the power is. And you know, one of the things that I want to say that numbers don't lie. You know, and what the establishment, what these people are standing back watching to see whether or not we're going to be able to expand and grow and raise the resources for sustainability for this type of movement. So numbers don't lie. It's, you know, we become a force to be reckoned with when everybody unite with us in solidarity for this type of movement. So go ahead, Lisa.
Right, we have the Chokwe Lumumba. And also, could somebody help me keep time because this segment is for 10 minutes. I know we're a little over, but if somebody could just help remind me. So we got Chokwe Lumumba, $500 when he came to the Black is Back Coalition meeting. I think he was in Newark, but he came, he really did. And if you want to become a member in honor of him, a $500 membership will get you a Chokwe Lumumba membership. And he says he only came to the movement because of King and he was killed. And I only stayed in the movement because of Malcolm and he was killed. And then I became a leader.
Awesome.
Yeah, next slide. Marcus Garvey, $365, and you can pay $1 a day. As he says, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. So you're gonna become a Marcus Garvey member. I know we got a donation of $50, and I think we got 2 donations so far, $50. That's right. Keep it coming in. Keep it coming in. Let's go to the next slide. Mary Baraka. Now, I did pledge yesterday because every time I see him, he is from Newark. He's a New Jersey person, my homie. Every time I see him, I can't help but to pledge. But I did pledge yesterday for the $120. But do we hear more? If we have some New Jersey people in the house or on Facebook, please pledge, or anyone. He's awesome, an awesome revolutionary. He says a man is either free or he is not. There cannot be an apprenticeship for freedom. Next slide. Fannie Lou Hamer.
You know, Lisa, I want to say something about, because I pledged $60 yesterday for the Fannie Lou Hamer. Because, you know, nobody is free until everybody is free.
That's right.
And freedom is not free, people. So we need, and Fannie Lou Hammond, what inspired me so much about this dynamic woman was that she had a big mouth just like me.
Oh, they
could not shut her up. They would not. It was no matter. They couldn't shut her out of a meeting. They couldn't stop her from speaking, and she spoke very profoundly. And you know, another thing too is that she didn't have no letters in front of her name. You know, a lot of people want all these letters in front of their name and all of that. You know, she was just a down-to-earth mother that was fighting and in war for her people.
All right. Next membership level. Next slide. Okay, how to give. This is very important. You can go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. You can make your checks payable to BIBC. Mail them to the BIB, care of Ikenge Mayeli, 4101 West Florissant Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. And please make sure to put in the memo section, Black is Back Coalition. I mean, come on, people. I know that you are out there. We can definitely, we are the liberators we have been looking for. We got to be completely independent of this system and showing these people that we can support these organizations, that we do have the money when we pull our resources together to be able to give to help to support these organizations who are working in this community, like the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. I know, do we have any members, any donations online? Facebook? Don't be shy. You can give whatever you are able to give. All donations are welcome. All of them are.
Absolutely. And Lisa, I think it's time, but we also want people to know that if you're an organization out there and you want to be connected with a powerful coalition that is moving and shaking across the country. We're already in 17 different states. I mean, it's like about 18 different organizations, and we're showing the world that we can unite and get the work done. So Lisa, on that note, I think we're out of time. I hope we can put the link in the chat so that people can click on the link and continue to donate throughout the
Right, and also let's just go over the working groups a moment, because the working groups is how a lot of the work gets done. And also let me just say this much. When you become a member, if you see an area that you don't think that that we don't have a working group for or yet something, you can volunteer, you can say you think we should have this. That's how the healthcare working group came into being. I was when the Black is Back Coalition had come to Newark, I wasn't yet a member, but I came to the conference, and I was sitting there and I was like, you know, they need to talk about healthcare. And I made the suggestion and they said, yes, would you like to lead it up? And I'm like, all right. But yeah, so please, we want to hear from people. But just some of the working groups that we have the education working group, we have the political prisoners working group, healthcare outreach, reparations, Black community control of police working group, youth student working group, and we want to build up more. So when you become a member, you can become a member of any one of these working groups.
You know, Lisa, I would like to say that Louisiana United, we're international, so it's like $200. I don't know if you can put that slide up, but people need to see, in order for you to, you know, buy our organization, being an international organization, we are, you know, it's $200 a year. That's just peanuts, you know, and then as an individual member, it's $25 a year. National is $150. You know, state or local, you know, this is what it's all about, Lisa. People really need to understand you are not alone once you become, you know, a member with the Black is Back Coalition. And it's just phenomenal to be a part of a unified organization where you can come and be a part of these working groups and expand the work that you're doing on a local level or international or national level.
Right. And if I didn't mention Black community control of the police working group, that's very important as well, because we say Black community control. We don't call for reform of this system. We don't call for defunding it. We call for controlling it ourselves. We as African people have the right to control our own destination, to set up our own rules in terms of how we will be governed by, not to have something superimposed on us, because that's what it is to be in this country. That's what colonialism is. We didn't participate in this. We didn't set this crap up. It was superimposed on us, and it is inferior to who we are. And the healthcare is the same way, superimposed over on us, and we don't even know. We've been so disconnected from traditional African medicines and our ways of doing things, which is not the same as theirs, and this way is inferior. So,
Lisa, we also don't want to leave out the BCC P working group. Is that
Black
on there?
community control of police working group.
Okay, that's the one you're talking about. Okay, great. I just saw that in the chat. I'm sorry.
No problem, no problem. And the education working group, we got revolutionary teachers, so much. And like I said, and when you join us, if you see that there is a need that is not being addressed, you can speak up and let us know, and also develop working groups around those issues, because we know that there's so much more in terms of our people. And so
right now, Louisiana United, you know, I want to say that we're working on the organized legal abuse and the corrupt justice system. So, you know, that's something that, you know, Lisa, I'm telling you that, you know, the whole world is suffering from this type of treatment when you being railroaded into court and the fix is in, the judge is in on it, the DA is in on it, your lawyer is in on it, you know, and you know that you're about to be lynched in the courtroom. So this is what Black is Back Coalition is all about. We're addressing these things, you know, from you know, the point where we're saying we're fed up with this type of treatment, you know. So Lisa, go right ahead. I think we're out of time.
Right. This is concludes this segment. But I know more money will be coming in. We did get some donations in. We'll have somebody counting those donations. And right now we are going to our next. Yes.
Okay. I thought you was trying to leave me out of the program today.
I was trying to leave somebody.
Yeah, we're trying to get you. We're trying to get you to tell you how much money we got.
First of all, report that we did reach our goal. We haven't reached our goal yet, but I did want to recognize Leah, who made a $100 donation. And I wanted to recognize Friends of the Congo, who joined, did an organizational membership. I wanted to recognize Jesse Neville and his $50. Leah was 100. Friends of the Congo did a $200 membership. Jesse Neville, $50. Thank you, Jesse. Matzamela, the chair of the BCCP working group. I don't see anything else in the chat, because by my calculations, we need $278 more dollars. So that means everybody has not given, and it's still time. You need to get your membership. You had you were able to view the presentation on our membership level. So I need 5 more members. I need 5 more members. So somebody's out there that's listening, that's been on the fence. You've heard a lot today. The candidates that you have seen, these are, you know, forces that have actually participated in this process. Somebody said, please send me donation link. That's, can somebody put the Marco Amaral, can you put the donation link in there? Okay, and here we got Zenlile right here in the room with Fannie Lou Hamer, is that right? $60, okay. So that's 60. So now we're down, we need $218.
We're gonna do that.
We know we're gonna. do that. And let me tell you what my pocketbook started saying to me yesterday. My pocketbook said, if you can pay for this other garbage, you better pay for some revolution. Because I'm going to start telling on the garbage that I spend on. And I'm like, don't do that. That's what made me say, okay, I'm going to go on and utilize you better. So don't let them pockets start telling on you, because they will.
Okay, and Brother Zaki Baruti, who is in the house, and UAPO is renewing their membership at $150. All right, sorry. Somebody else. UAPO, excuse me, UAPO. So guess what? That means we need $68. $68.
Okay, Kenya, have we renewed our membership yet for this year? I'm not sure. If not, then I wanna renew Louisiana United International membership.
Okay. And you're at the international level?
Yes,
right?
$200.
Well, there you go. There you go.
He's so busy, y'all got to tell me what I'm missing out on.
All right.
But we don't put a cap on.
No, we don't put a cap. So I'm sure there's someone else that either was watching yesterday or watching today. We still got more program to go. Don't let that dissuade you just because we're at our goal. We are self-funded. We are self-funded. 68 from Brother Marco Amaral. It's another $68.
There we go.
There we go. Again, as I said, we are self-funded. This, it's been, what, 10 years is it this year? 10, 11 years this year, and we're still going strong. And this is the work of the people. The steering committee and you and your support is what makes us able to bring the coalition to you and all of the work that we do. So thank you so much. Give, join, Uhuru.
Yeah, and then the boots on the ground work. And you will find, I find it all the time. This heals me. This gives me so much energy, so much strength. And to know that you're with a powerful organization. So if people even think like they want to come after you, that you know you got people that got your back. You know it. You can make a call across the country. You got people, and even internationally. And that's how we're going to roll. Woo!
Global, right? That's right. That's how we roll.
Yeah, I'm just ready for the revolution right now.
In other words, Lisa just told y'all, if you're out there and you think you're trying to run your organization all by yourself, this is the coalition that you really need to be a part of. Don't hesitate. I'm just like Kenya just said, you know, join a powerful coalition that's got your back no matter what. And you can do your work with that peace, knowing that you're a part of a movement. And that's what it's coming down to, people. We cannot do this alone. We can't do it all by ourselves. Okay, so join up with the Black is Back coalition and be a part of this dynamic, this powerful movement that's shaking across this nation, and we will not be denied.
That's right. And we are a coalition of organizations, meaning that other organizations, when you join us, you don't have to lose your own political identity, just as long as you understand and accept our main points and are about the revolution and the freedom of our people. We've had organizations and people within the Black is Back coalition that had disagreements, but we were all about working together. And sometimes when people do have those disagreements, I learn so much. I'll be sitting back taking notes as I hear the discussion. But it's so important because it makes us stronger. But all disagreements with respect, not going at each other, but just talking about the issues and getting stronger from it.
Well, and that's what it's all about, Lisa. We have to be able to do our, quality control management, you know, things happen. But most importantly, people, you know, I was taught even at an early age that we got to gang up on them like they gang up on us. And that has been the biggest, the problem, well, I don't want to say problem, but challenge that we have had as a people, that they have always pitted us against each other. And we have to kill that giant. We have to be in solidarity and united. And like Lisa just said, you know, come into agreement with our, you know, self-determination, what we're doing to help our people, educating ourselves with what it is that we need to know, the truth of what we need to know. And the chairman, I'm gonna tell you, it is so inspiring because he is a wealth of information that it will inspire you. You know, once you educated and you have, you know, the reality, the real facts, the truth about what have happened to us, that what gives us the ignite us and the gasoline on our fire that we need to go out and do the things that and make things happen. So this have been great, Lisa. I mean, we're out of time, but we didn't raise the money, just keep giving and supporting this powerful campaign, electoral, you know, school. We said the ballot and the bullet. The ballot and the bullet. This is an electoral campaign school. It's time for us to take it, people. Take it. Not wait for somebody to give us something, not ask permission. We're not asking permission anymore. We're demanding what is rightfully ours. And this is how we get it. It's education, 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 and then action. Thank you.
Yes, and also let me just make this other note. Sister Nzinga Robertson, she just told us that she's going to update her contribution, her membership yesterday for $365 to $500. Woo!
Yes. After hearing all these today, I'm like so fired up.
That's what I'm talking about.
We gotta work together.
See, that just let us know we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. We winning. We winning. We winning.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, and my wallet's still trying to talk to me, but I'm like, don't write a check that you can't cash.
What did she say?
I said, my wallet is still trying to talk to me, but I'm telling my wallet, don't write a check that your bank can't cash. So, but anyway,
well, your heart is in it. Like you say, that people that do want to participate in this, you know, opportunity to give, you don't have to do it now. You can always go to the Black is Back Coalition website, and the link is there, the information is there. You can also call the office of Kenya, and she would help and assist you. She is always there for us if you want to make a donation or even purchase, you know, a lot of our, you know, items like the Black is Back t-shirt, Lisa. I know we running out of time. I don't know where we at right now, but you know, that t-shirt is just phenomenal. Just to walk around with that t-shirt on, it sends a strong message that we're back and we're not going anywhere.
Yep, and we'll make sure to flash that t-shirt again. But now just to move further with the program, we have so much, and you know, we've learned so much, and this is where the rubber meets the road. Brother Chairman, because we're going to have the candidates portion. We have two candidates who are seeking our endorsement, and Brother Chairman Amalia Shatella will walk us through this process. Right. Right. We can put we'll put the t-shirts up later on. Brother Chairman.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Sister Lisa, Vice Chair Lisa. I want to thank you, and I want to just express my appreciation for the power of the panel that we've just participated in. And in fact, I'm just struck by how Comrade Sister Inez Barron was talking about how we have to examine the candidates in order to see what it is that we're getting, because people flip out on us all the time, as not only has Comrade Barron talked about that, but also Sister Belinda Parker Brown, that people betray us once they do that, and that there have to be some kind of criteria, and that's what we want to look at now. We have in the past, the coalition has endorsed several different candidates for election. Some of them have won. We endorsed Chokwe Lumumba some years ago. He became mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. We endorsed other candidates as well. And so today, we're going to do something that's a bit different because we've never had an opportunity to bring these endorsements before the school before. And it was suggested not too long ago, I think Carmen Zaki Baruta may have been the one from the steering committee who pushed the idea that we should use this opportunity at the school to bring forth the endorsements, people who have asked for endorsements from the coalition. And I think that's an extraordinary good idea because it gives this practical opportunity for people who participate in the school, people who are viewing the school to get a sense of what it is that we are calling for. And the two requests for endorsements Comrade Marco Amara, who's in San Diego, California, and Carla Coffey Wright, who is in St. Louis. And we want to say some things about them, and I want to use this opportunity for everybody who is a member of the coalition, everybody else to have an opportunity to know these two comrades. And right now, traditionally, how this happens is that the steering committee has to make this vote. But I want to come out of this meeting with a solid recommendation for the steering committee. And unless the steering committee, I'm not sure if all of the steering committee and most of the steering committee is in this meeting now, but whether the steering committee is here or not, I want us to come out of here with an indication of support for these candidates or not. And so what the coalition has asked for a formal process of, we've initiated a formal process to deal with the request for endorsements. And we've asked the candidates to provide written requests for the endorsements. We've asked for photos, for campaign literature, for a position statement, for website and or social media sites, for public contact information, and some information about election laws in the states in which they are seeking to win an election. And there's other stuff that's being mentioned here that in addition to the application, we send two candidates a copy of the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, and which is something that is necessary for unity. So the signature that people provide indicates unity with all of the points on the 19-point platform, and and then having the campaigns platform to reflect this unity. So I want to go ahead now and just say something about Comrade Marco Amaral. And here's the written request that he has sent. I, Marco Amaral, am formally requesting to engage the endorsement process of the Black is Black Coalition, a principled political movement that aligns with the values and convictions of our campaign. In good faith and in solidarity, I engage this process in search of your formal endorsement to the position of California State Superintendent of Public Instruction for the June 7th, 2022 California primary. I unite with the 19-point National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination for Woodrow. And this is, I hope Sister Betty is still on, because we're talking about now somebody who is running for position of State Superintendent of Public Instruction. And here's the position statement that Comrade Amaral has provided for us. Public schools are the most important institutions in a democracy. I am the product of public schools and have been advocating for them since my time at the University of California, Berkeley. I am the son of working class immigrants from Mexico. As a school board member, currently board president of the South Bay Union School District, I have pushed for more equitable salaries across the district and a more transparent governance process. I am running for state superintendent to transform public education because our children deserve much better. Our platform includes 1, paying teachers in California a minimum of $70,000 per year, and every classified employee a minimum of $25 per hour. 2, fully fund schools to meet both the academic and human needs of every student. 3, make public universities tuition free and canceling student loan debt. 4, ending standardized testing. 5, keeping politicians accountable. Public education is failing our students and communities, but we have a 10-point platform to fix it. Enough is enough. I am an independent. I am a teacher. I am a doctoral student in education. I answer to my students and their families, to my colleagues, to everyday people like you and your families. Our teachers can't afford to live in the neighborhoods they teach in. Our support staff, custodians, and bus drivers are living paycheck to paycheck. It's time to stop electing career politicians and millionaires to run our public schools. Together, we can put the public back into public education. So this is from Comrade Amaral, and who has put himself forward for an endorsement by the coalition. And he's provided election campaign materials to us. And then what I would like to do now.
He is on.
He is on?
Yes.
Oh, splendid.
Can we ask him to?
I can probably promote him. Just one moment.
Oh, he's on. He's on. There he is. He's muted.
So have you unmuted him?
Yes, he's unmuted.
Okay, and so I wanted to put this forward, and I also want to say that we know Comrade Amaral in the work that we do in San Diego. We are familiar with him in the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. We know him to be someone who's very beloved in the community, and so we'd like to offer him an opportunity just to make a brief statement and to be available for brief questions that the members of the steering committee might want to ask of him. So, Comrade Amaral, please. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Chairman. Thank you so very much, Uhuru, from Kumeyaay land, the traditional Kumeyaay land, here in what is colonially called San Diego, California. And un abrazo, a hug from the border region. I have an actual presentation to show, and I just wanted to ask if I have about 10 minutes to go through the presentation, if possible, and if I have sharing powers. I just wanted to confirm if I can share my screen.
You should be able to share.
Okay.
But that's at the discretion of the chair.
Do we have that in terms of our
Uhuru, can you get
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. Yes. Uhuru.
Thank you.
And then following this, I'm going to ask Comrade Zaki Baruti to come up and to introduce Carla Coffey Wright, who was also asking for an endorsement, and she would have a few words to say as well, and then we can discuss an endorsement of these candidates that we'll be able to take to our next steering committee meeting, which comes up, if I'm not mistaken, next Saturday. So, Uhuru.
Thank you. I'll go through this in the interest of time as quick as possible. Thank you once again to the Black is Back Coalition for this humble opportunity. Our campaign is truly honored. This is our 10-point platform. As you can see, it's a comprehensive 10-point platform. And we understand the historical significance of the colloquialism of what 10 points mean, especially here in California. Historically, for example, with the 10-point platform of the Black Panther Party, to whom public education owes a great deal of love and respect that has not been historically afforded to them. Right now, this presentation will go through this 10-point platform in its entirety. Number one, we believe in democratizing public education. From your local communities to the Board of Regents of the UC system, we must democratize public education. We believe in furthering the work of community schools, but from a bottom-up, not top-down approach. We believe that students, workers, and communities should have more of a say as to how our public institutions are ran, not disconnected politicians. We need to reclaim public education for the public. Number two, respect education workers. The reality is that most California teachers can't teach in the communities they work in. We have classified employees being evicted from their homes. We must fight for an education system that truly values our education workers. We will advocate for a $70,000 teacher minimum annual salary, a $25 an hour living wage for classified employees. We're going to cut from the top, starting with our own office. Our campaign believes that our education system favors a business corporate model type governance, where district superintendents are paid like CEOs of major companies. We believe that billionaires should not profit from our public schools. We believe that most Californians believe this too. We are going to fight for a public education system that values its workers. Number three, end the school to prison pipeline. We believe in the abolitionist movement. We are an extension of the abolitionist movement. The only way to stop having schools be vectors to prison is by believing we can get to a state, in fact, a world without prisons. Consequently, we also believe that schools should not have police. We propose the creation of a one-year committee composed of activists, formerly incarcerated peoples, engaged critical scholars, and families to create a comprehensive and critical proposal to get every student resource officer out of our schools. Additionally, the plan must propose what our students and employees would require to be safe in our schools. Number four, end military recruitment in our schools. We must fight for the safety and freedom of our kids on a state level and national level. The California Department of Education will lead a national effort to end Section 9528 of George Bush's destructive 2001 No Child Left Behind bill. This section of the law allows our military to have unlimited access to our students. This disproportionately impacts Black, Chicana, Chicano, Chicanx, Latinx, Southeast Asian, and poor communities. Our schools should not be vectors for our nation's imperialism. Number five, respect ethnic studies and gender and women's studies. The California Ethnic Studies Now Coalition and their work must be respected. Our current superintendent has shown an inability to respect a liberated ethnic studies curriculum. We need ethnic studies from kindergarten to our PhD programs and everywhere in between. The Department of Education will follow the leadership of the grassroots movements. We will hold Governor Newsom accountable. We will impose pressure from below and above. We will get an ethnic studies curriculum that represents the full pedagogical tenets of ethnic studies. We won't be puppets of the governor. In similar fashion to ethnic studies, the Department of Education will develop a pathway to implement a gender and women's studies curriculum in our K through grad schools through the leadership of those at the forefront of this educational movement. Education, as Bell Hooks, Rest in Power, stated, is the practice of freedom. If we believe this, then we believe that education should facilitate the liberation of all our students and families. Number six, fully fund IDEA and implement a Students with Disabilities Education Bill of Rights. Our schools need to fully value all our students. The California Department of Education will aim to increase the recruitment and retention of special education teachers and will value the expertise they bring into the classroom. We will propose a whole set of systemic reforms that will dramatically change the profession as we know it to help special education teachers do what they do best, teach. Students will receive the appropriate resources and accommodations to meet their IEP goals and transition goals. We will provide our community colleges, universities, and trade schools with the funds needed to appropriately meet the needs of all our students with an IEP. Students with disabilities have the right to a dignified life. We will pressure the federal government to fully fund the Individuals with Disability in Education Act. We will propose a California Bill of Rights for people with disabilities. Number 7, dual language for all, decolonize language arts. We will fully fund Proposition 58. Every student in California should have the right to learn more than one language throughout the course of their educational career. As it is, Proposition 58 didn't actually do away with the systemic racism of Proposition 227. What we are seeing throughout the state is the systemic gentrification and commodification of dual language. Our California Department of Education will make sure that dual languages is not only fully funded, but implemented in the communities it was primarily meant to help. The Department of Education will also aim to amend the California Constitution to include an amendment that reads, quote, "The state recognizes the distinct and unique cultural heritage of Californian indigenous communities and nations, and is committed in its educational goals to the preservation of their cultural integrity. If Montana can do it, so can we. One way that our CDE will respect the cultural and human integrity of our First Nations people is by making sure that their languages and cultures are valued and taught in our public schools. Additionally, many of our students and families are indigenous immigrants from Mexico, Central America, and South America. These students too have a right to their cultural and linguistic heritage. We will decolonize the task force to improve Black student achievement, which currently has the marker of you can say grandeur, the marker of success as what white people accomplish. We truly do believe in the concept of Black excellence. And within that realm, within that context, we believe that we need to decolonize this state task force that was created last year in order to improve what is being deemed as the achievement gap, what is being deemed as Black literacy rates. Number 8, Black universities and trade schools must be free. This isn't a pipe dream. We have done this before when we weren't the 5th largest economy on earth. We can do it again. The state of California can and should invest in its future and prosperity by making sure that every Californian that wants to attend a 4-year university or trade/technical school can. California has the most diverse and skillful population in the nation. It's time we invest in their future, which is our collective future. For the first time, if elected, we will have a California Department of Education led by educators and community organizers, not politicians and career bureaucrats. While it is true that the millionaire and billionaire class will attempt and probably succeed to outspend our efforts, they will no longer be able to out-organize nor out-mobilize us. Number 9, end standardized testing. From the UC system to the Ivy Leagues, from university researchers to K-12 teachers, most people that work in education realize that standardized testing is an outdated form of assessing a student or group of students' academic performance. California must lead the country in the implementation of more nuanced and collective forms of assessment that take into consideration the knowledge and experiences of the whole child. Number 10, through the power of the people, we will build a conscientious education system. California students deserve an education system that not only fights for their academic and scholarly rights, it deserves one that fights for their human rights, for a, quote, a world where many worlds can exist as a Zapatistas state. We believe that housing is a human right, and thus we will push for policies such as, but not limited to, rent control. We believe in repairing past harms, and thus we will push for policies such as, but not exclusively, reparations for Black students in our schools. Global warming must be a united priority of our education system. This is an existential threat to our future. We need a state superintendent that stands with the people and up to the fossil fuel industry and the polluter class. These are examples of what it means to have a conscientious education system. We must be bold enough to fight for both our students' academic and human rights. Uhuru, compas, comrades, All love from the border regions, Kumi Island, San Diego, California.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. I want to say that
Uhuru.
what Comrade Marco was just talking about is quite consistent, as we know, with point 13 of the National Black Political Agenda.
We can all support educator.
You didn't wait to
Mute your microphones, please, if you're not on. We
I'm
can hear
muting
you.
everyone. Thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to remind everyone that Comrade Marco, his presentation clearly reveals his relationship to much of what's in the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, but specifically around the question of education. Point 13 of the 19 points of the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination reads, right to free education through postgraduate level. Public schools must meet the highest standard of excellence under the supervision of educational boards directly elected by the community they serve. We oppose both for-profit schooling and philosophies of teaching that put profit over human development, and we support democratic educational values and strategies that empower students and their communities to determine their own destinies. In the immediate term, Black people in the United States need education that facilitate our liberation from white supremacy and corporate hegemony. So that's point number 13. And I think that what we have just heard from Comrade Marco is quite consistent with that. What I'm going to do now is if you would stay with us for a minute, Marco, I'm going to ask Comrade Zaki Buruti to join me here, because we're going to talk momentarily about the endorsement application that came from Sister Carla Coffee Right.
Uhuru, Chairman, I have a bit of an emergency. Is it possible that I could ask my question? Because we do have an emergency.
You know, you do what you want to do. Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to commend the comrade for this amazing 10-point program that he has presented. It meets a lot of the standards that we tried to implement as soon as we fought for community control in New York City in the 1960s. Yes, that long ago. And we got decentralization. One point, we got decentralization instead of community control. One point, comrade, you mentioned you're going to oppose the use of the Army of Occupation to terrorize our children and this education system. We all know, as one of the comrades said yesterday, that this horizontal violence grows out of the dehumanization of our youth by the colonizers. So what we found in New York is that you have to supplement the absence of this terror with something to checkmate that horizontal violence. What do you recommend in your 10-point program?
Do I have permission to speak?
Yes, please.
Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you. So oh, give me a second. There we go. Thank you for that question.
And I apologize for not showing myself, but for some reason, I'm not being allowed to start my video. I apologize.
It's okay, Ms. Davis.
You can start your video now.
I thank you for your question. Look, two of my best friends, my very best friends, two of them who I grew up with, who I consider carnales, brothers of mine, but two of them are in the military. They are in the Army. And the main reason why they joined the Army was not out of this sense of patriotism. It wasn't out of this sense of love for country and for war and for freedom and other lands, these falsehoods, right? It was because of the economic and material and lack of political power that they held them and their families in their communities. They were forced into the military due to the constraints and the oppression of capitalism, of colonialism. And so what we attempt to do through this 10-point platform, but also in working in collaboration, in unity, in solidarity with collectives like the Black is Back Coalition and others, is to have an alternative to that. We believe that, for example, free public education and free technical schools, right? Because I think the construction trades, right? The electrical trades, for example, just to name a couple, are just as important as poli-sci majors, right? Or English majors. I don't see a difference in terms of their importance in society. I believe that giving the people an alternative, valid option that will lead to a prosperous life for them and their families is what they need in order for us to destroy that mechanism, which is U.S. imperialism. I hope that answered your question.
Excellent. I would like you to add to that is that the more community-based programs that you bring in and community-based speakers, such as the Black is Back Coalition, make a difference. I found that when I had my first high school, we were able to transform many of the gangs in our community with the speakers program. I think I heard you mention you're going to have former incarcerated community people address the school. But in addition to that, you'll take your counselors from the community and all the community-based organizations that try to impact on health and housing. If they are speakers in your school, you'll find if the school shows respect for the community, the kids begin to develop a sense of self-esteem. My second question has to deal with the issue of the budget. In New York City, decentralization gave the Democratic Party control over our budget on the superintendent level. And a lot of the corruption that was ascribed to community control, albeit it was decentralization, really came from the union, the UFT, and the superintendent. What kind of power conflict are you anticipating with your successful campaign? Because I know you're going to be successful and we know you're going to win. So how are you going to fight back? Because your enemy will be the Democratic Party. I do believe the chairman will support me in this statement.
Thank you so very much for that question. So just real quick, again, just for the interest of time, I am the only independently elected leftist in San Diego County. So fighting against, the Democratic Party and liberals, but also right-wing extremists as well has been a constant in my life at the minimum for the past 4 years, but I would say at least for the past 12 years, but at least the last 4 years as an elected official. And so for us, it goes to 3 words, right? Organize, organize, organize.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But for us, we expand on that and we say organize, mobilize, and operationalize, right? Especially that last part about operationalizing our movements, our coalitions, right? In order to bring about material differences in our communities. People are not dumb, right? I know most politicians believe people are dumb, right? But we believe that the working class is a very intelligent group of people in general, far more intelligent than millionaires and billionaires. And they, I think, when presented with not just a plan, right, but for sure solutions to their issues that they are confronting, they will, by and large, back up those people that are in their best interests, right? And we believe that like what we did in the South Bay Union School District, the majority of working class people, even though they received mailer after mailer after commercial from the Democratic Party, it was an organized coalition of people that got things done. And nonetheless, we beat out 7 Democrats in our area. And that was all done through community work.
Uhuru. All right, just one more question, because I know the chairman wants to move on, and I apologize. We found in New York City that we had to steer clear of PTAs, parent-teacher associations, because that put the union of the right-wing UFT in New York in our business. We had to form parent associations. And within those parent associations, we had to develop what we called community control human rights documents for the schools, that parents, the community was a big part of our struggle. Do you intend to have some kind of governing infrastructure, a human rights constitution for your schools, so that you can, I hate to say, keep your party line out there? But if you're a leftist, then you know what the Chinese did with the school system, how they use that to help organize and at the same time educate the community. Sorry for such a long statement, but if you understand what I'm saying, please respond.
Yeah, look, here in California, I just want to preface what I'm about to say with this following statement. The charter school movement, the people leading the charter school movement, right? At the very top, their intentions are not in good faith, and their intentions are to privatize public education. With that being said, there is a reason why disproportionately in California, Black families, Black students choose many of their community charter schools over their traditional public schools, and that is because of the very real trauma and systemic racism we identify as colonialism, right, embedded in our schools, and how it impacts Black students. And so, although our campaign stands against the charter school movement, we fully understand why certain communities have chosen to take their students out of the public schools and put them in schools that they feel will safeguard not just the academic rights of their kids, but the human rights of their kids, right? And so an answer to that is to have organizations like the Black Parallel School Board in Sacramento, which is a parent-ran community organization that holds the Sacramento Unified School District accountable to the needs of Black students. And we believe that this is we need to replicate these type of models throughout California in order to make sure that we safeguard the rights of our Black African students in our schools, and to confront the charter school movement, which is a privatizing movement.
Well, Chairman, I hate to run, but as you know, we texted you, Ralph just became a great grandparent for the second time. And so they'll lynch us if we're not there for the afternoon celebration of this life. But my last question to the brother is there an apartment in that district that we could move to? And thank you.
We're sure Ralph is going to be a great grandfather. There's no doubt about that. And thank you so much. And I know that Sister Nellie wanted to raise something, but I would like for her to wait, and then because we, gave the floor to Sister Betty because she has to bounce, as the Western Snipes might say. And what we'd like to do now is introduce the petition or request from Comrade Carla Coffey Wright for an endorsement. And I don't know, do I need to read her statement? I mean, I know that she provided all of the information. So I'll read her statement. My name is Carla Coffey Wright, and as a candidate for United States Senate from Missouri in the Democratic Party primary election scheduled for August 2nd, 2022, I'm formally seeking the endorsement of the Black is Back Coalition. As Universal African People's Organization.
And I'm trying to send them a chat.
You said you up for some time, and that's what it is. As a member of the Universal African People's Organization, UAPO, which is allied with the coalition, which is a part of the coalition, steering committee of the coalition, I'm in total support of 19 points of Black self-determination. In fact, on my campaign literature, we publicly state our position on this issue. As stated in the 2022 winter edition of the African News World, an organ of UAPO, my stated public position is as follows. I support 1, social justice and equality; 2, maintaining our voting rights; 3, proportionate political representation; And 4, the Black is Back Coalition, 19 points of self-determination and open to supporting other social issues impacting all ethnic and racial groups in Missouri and the United States. And then there's information about the official website, www.coffeerightussenate.com. And we can be contacted at 314-461-8187 or 314-477-4629. My email is coffeeright@yahoo.com. We're in the process of developing a campaign Facebook page and Twitter account. The laws governing candidates seeking to become U.S. senators are simple. You must be a U.S. resident, meet a standard age requirement, 30 years old, be a citizen of the U.S. for 9 years and live in the state of Missouri for 9 years and file necessary financial reports. Accordingly, I meet each of those requirements and we are officially registered on the Missouri ballot. And having said that, Comrade Zaki Baroudi, who's a member of the steering committee of the coalition, will say some things and then introduce Coffee Right, who can be here along with Comrade Marco to respond to any other questions that we might have. We're going to try to, make this a relatively brief process so we can get with the rest of the agenda, but we think this is extremely important. Comrade Zaki.
All right, thank you. Uhuru, Black Power, Assalamu alaikum. Let me just say first and foremost to the prior panelists, you did an excellent job, and I love the swagger of the candidates, including Brother Barron, and Brother Jesse Todd, and Ken Gay, and Belinda Parker, and everybody. And to that end, I want to introduce to you another person that I believe that has swagger. I want to get before I introduce her, I want to put in the context as to her candidacy for the United States Senate, of course, speaking of Paula Coffee Wright. And as many of you know, over the years, our organization has been propagating the concept that we ought to have proportionate political representation, which simply means that wherever percentage we are as a people, on the national, state, and local levels of government, then we ought to have that percentage of power. And it was in that spirit back in '84 that I actually ran for governor of the state of Missouri, as well as in 1988. And from that time on, I had chose that position, not for me to run, but we were trying to get some other people to run, who we felt were already political elected people. And that came as an extension of a convention that we had held in 1984. Which was Missouri's first statewide Black People's Political Convention, out of which we had 3 objectives: to educate whoever was in attendance to state politics, to draw up a platform of concerns impacting Black people statewide, and to encourage Black people to run statewide. We put it out there. We had a full house, couple hundred people, all of the so-called powerful political office holders in the state of Missouri. But to our dismay, nobody's they accepted the platform, the attendees, but we could not get nobody to run. So to that end, I ran for governor. Since then, propagating proportionate political representation, have asked others to run, including activists who are at the highest level of consciousness, in my opinion. But it's been very difficult to do that. In fact, last year, on the front cover of one of our newspapers, we had said, shame, shame, shame. Because in the year 2021, it is stated that Black people are 13% of the population. However, the most powerful politically elected offices in this country, governors and United States senators, out of 50 governors, today, 2021, not one is a person of color or Black people. Out of 100 United States senators, only 3 are Black. Not saying about their political ideology, I'm just saying in terms of the numbers, which equates to 150 of the most powerful positions, and we only got 2 of them. In the United States Senate, not one, 3 of them, and not one Black female. We say as an organization, we have to challenge that at every level, that we got to challenge the powers to be. And yesterday I spoke in terms of 2 types of elections. principal elections as we see it, where it'd be very difficult to win a statewide election, but damn it, we need to challenge it. And we need to put our ideas out there. And then practical elections. I'm proud to say our organization on ground here in St. Louis have endorsed some candidates such as Kim Gardner, as I mentioned yesterday, who's under tremendous attack for social issues that impact us, that she has stood for. And to that end, in 2014, I met Ms. Carla Coffey Wright at the height of the Ferguson uprising. She was down in the hood with us. And from that point on, her activism has always been personified whenever there's been a crisis of issues here in St. Louis. She's been with the organization speaking truth to power. So to that end, in 2018, because we have reached out to other folks, activists, to try to get them to run, coming as an extension of our organization, National Black Political Leadership Conferences that we have held, of which Chairman O'Malley Yesatelli was in attendance. And we put it out there again, people to run, but we couldn't get nobody to run. So Coffey, being as outspoken as she has, and in my basement, I'm saying, looking at her, saying, Coffey, I believe you can make a great candidate for United States Senator, especially in light of the fact that there's no Black woman, and part of our 19 points of self-determination is dealing with African women. And she accepted the challenge. In 2018, the coalition, in fact, endorsed Coffey. In 2018, when she ran, we only had a 4-month campaign, less than $5,000. She was the only African in the primary election, which consisted of over 23 candidates, both Republicans, Democrats, as other independent parties. And she ran as a Democrat in a field of 8 candidates, and that she came in second with thousands of votes. This time around, we asked her a second time. And in this instance, our candidacy is going to be both what we call a spiritual, many of you, I consider myself a spiritualist, a spiritual / political campaign, where we're saying that we're going to seek out 144,000 plus votes for Coffey, not for Coffey, I'm sorry, for the issues impacting our people. And in fact, we have that on the front page of our last issue of our newspaper, the winter edition. I'm gonna make this real quick, where we say voting-elect Carla Coffey Wright is the first Black United States Senator from Missouri. Victory is ours as we seize the time to capture national and state and political power by implementing proportionate political representation as we vote and elect progressive candidates in 2022. For the state of Missouri, the Universal African People's Organization is calling for 144,000 plus citizens to vote and elect Carla Coffey Wright as the Democratic nominee for the United States Senate in the Democratic primary election August 2nd, 2022. She supports 1, social justice and equality; 2, maintaining our voting rights; 3, proportionate political representation; and 4, the Black is Back, 19 points of Black self-determination, and is open to supporting other social issues impacting all ethnic and racial groups in Missouri and the United States. So it's in that spirit that I would like to introduce to you my comrade, my sister, Miss Carla Coffey Wright, who has her own swagger in her own way. Carla Coffey Wright, would you come and take the stage? All right. And Carla has also made a commitment, and she's going to make that known too, because she's a work in progress in terms of taking that consciousness to a real high level, that she wants to embrace you, Brother Chairman, embrace Brother Barron, and all of the people of the Black is Back Coalition. So Carla Coffey Wright.
Wow. Thank you all so much. It's a pleasure to be here always. My name is Coffey Wright, or should we say Carla Coffey Wright on the ballot. I'm on the Democrat ballot with the independent mind. But I just want to, again, thank you all for having me. And I'm running once again for United States Senate. As Zaki shared with you, there are no Black women, no African women sitting at the table. And they say if you're not sitting at the table, then you're on the menu. Well, guess what? Everybody got to eat, family. We're going to sit at that table. They came from us, everyone came from us, and we deserve the right to sit at that table and make decisions on laws and to vote on laws and to create laws that affect the impact of our people. Where they have the George Floyd bill still sitting in Senate that hasn't moved any further. The whole world, eyes buck, tongue drop, what happened with him, and it's happening again and again. Let us not forget. They have a John Lewis Bill Act sitting on the table trying to take our voting rights. Let's make it clear. We built this country. Why do we have to continue to fight for the right to vote, family? There are so many issues, as we know. Of course, I'm for free education, universal health care, and every reparations. Let's not forget that. Top of the list. We have a lot to fight for, and I ain't scared. So I'm letting you know, family. I've been out here for years. I go back as far as the Rodney King. Fort Bend didn't have enough good leadership, and I'm so happy that my whole family has grown. I've had the opportunity to stand on the shoulder of giants, such as Comrade Yasitella, such as Zaki Baruti, such as good advice from Charles Barron and his wife, such as Jesse Todd, who I've worked in every one of his campaigns tirelessly. But it's so many more. I stand on the shoulders of Shirley Chisholm, Fannie Lou Hamer, and other women, Black women who have fought for us for years, and I'm gonna keep fighting. So these are the things that I stand for. Also, I heard doing the video, they were talking about building your team. Well, I did that in 2018. I do it every day because this position is not about property rights, family. I'm just a mouth. I'm a voice speaking for the people. But this team brings 30 people to the office with them, and I need some of you. I need people that I am familiar with and that who are familiar with me. Not who say, oh, now I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that because we win the election. But people who's been on the ground, boots on the ground doing things. Because when what happened on January the 6th, if that happened again, I want to see the faces that I know, that I trust. When they say, Carter, we going this way, not the new folks that saying, Carter, I think it's that way. No. So I need you, family. I need at least half of those people have to be faces that I already know, that I don't have to question. Well, how we gonna make this work? I'm a work in progress. I'm still learning, but I know enough to know right from wrong. And I understand that we are perpetrators. I understand the recall, and I support the recall. People know I support the recall. Because when you don't do what you say you're gonna do and you're put in office by the people, then you need to go. And nobody needs to be grandfathered in a position for 20, 30 years. We got young people with new minds that have new ideas, and we got to keep passing the torch, family. And that's what I'm about. So I guess I better cut it short because I see Zaki said coffee. You don't get the whole evening. I wish I did because I got a lot to say. So anyway, family, we want to win this. We're going to win this. And let's be clear, family. Our budget, like Jackie said, less than $5,000. We hope to have 5 times that amount. We got 12 weeks left to go, family. And we don't even have half that amount. So for real, if you really want change, you really want to see us win, don't get it twisted about the Democrat Party because it's people over party, okay?
That's right.
This is the mind. Our mindset, we know right from wrong. I don't care what party, okay? I'm not running under independent because, let's just be real. Black people, poor people, don't go vote under independent. We barely get them to come out and vote Democratic, right? But I stand with you. I stand with you 200%. I endorse, I embrace the 19 points because that's how we live anyway. That's what we talk about. That's our truth to power. But we need boots on the ground, family. We need people to canvass. we need to outdo it because I'm up against, and I just gotta say it, Zaki. Family, they were so scared that we were gonna dominate this election because we came in second place on the Democratic Party in 2018. That on the last day, they put in the KKK queen, the dream killer family, the queen. I used to model when I was a kid and a young adult. So, pardon me, for the Veil Prophet Parade. They put her in. Billions of dollars, family. Billions of dollars. We don't have billions of dollars and probably won't get it anytime soon. But we can outdo it, we can outnumber with boots on the ground. I need your support, not only donations, but I need people to be at the polls. Let's just keep it real. If you're really standing on what you say, why don't you help me get some people to cover these polls this time? We got a lot of polls, family, that we have to make sure somebody's there passing out literature and helping people to know who to vote for. Because a lot of times we play any, many, mighty, mo when we get to the polls, family. And this election is too serious. So on August the 2nd, I ask it for your support, for you to come out, make sure you go out. If it's a rainy day, show up. If it's a sunny day, show up and bring 5 people with you, won't you? So I need you to show up at the polls. I need you to work the polls if you can. I need you to spread the word, spread the word, spread the word. Thank you so much for my time. I'm copyright. Power to the people. We all matter. And that's right, I said it. Thank you so much.
Power to the people. Uhuru.
We will lead.
Women must lead. Sister saying the women must lead. So that's
African women.
I want to say also that we mentioned that Coffee, first time out, nobody really, she got 1,000 votes. Coffee got 37,000 votes. No. 47,000 votes. 47,000 votes the first time out. You know, that's extraordinary. So, so I wanted to say that in Coffee, I just want to see quickly, if we can just briefly entertain a couple of questions because we don't have much time. So if we can entertain just a couple of questions, then we're going to move it. If there are any.
I believe there's one in the Q&A, and Sister Nelly may have, I believe Sister Nelly has one.
So where's the one? Quickly.
Just answer the Q&A one. It wasn't about the candidates.
Okay, Sister Nelly had something.
If you're speaking, you're muted.
So what I'm going to do is our next steering committee of the coalition is Saturday. And we'll be summing up the school then, and we'll be taking the endorsement request to the steering committee. And in addition to that, I'm going to be suggesting for the last endorsements we've done, we were able to give $200 each to the candidates that we endorsed. And I'm going to propose that we give $500 to each of the candidates this time out. I think the coalition has a few dollars that will make that possible. And so that's something that I would like to do. And I'll be putting this to the steering committee in our next meeting. Can I count on you? Absolutely. Yeah, so and I just think it's really important that we're talking about people who engage in work, and that's what Sister Inez Barron was talking about. What's their history? What kind of involvement have they been in the movement, et cetera? And the fact is that now we're talking about from UAPO, a member steering committee organization with a candidate with a track record. That's extraordinarily important. And we're looking at Comrade Marco, who has been engaged for a long time in California in terms of the electoral process. So this is what we'll be taking to our steering committee meeting. And just wanted to thank you, Comrade Zaki. Thank you, Comrade Coffee. Marco, thank you very much. And again, we're going to move this process forward, and we are winning. Uhuru. Winning.
Uhuru. I need to ask Sister Ikenge a question because I see that and the agenda it says lunch. Right now it's 2:45 in New York. So Sister Ikenge, are you available? Did you want to do the whole hour for lunch, or how do you want to do this?
However, I'm open to it.
Right.
It's not that long. In fact, after lunch, we'll go to Comrade College. I know we've disrupted, I think, in your schedule, just in terms of the length of time that we're working. Are you there, College, and can you work with that? If we take, can we take an hour for lunch?
Khalid, how does that work for you?
It's fine. It's fine with me. I think I can get through my presentation, hopefully using less time than what has been allotted. So hopefully we'll be able to get through it.
Okay, so then we can do lunch then. And what time will that bring us back, Comrade Sister Vice Chair?
If we have an hour for lunch, so it's what time is it right now? It's like about 10 to 3, so that would bring us back at 10 to 4.
Okay, and then we can do that and still get out of here in relatively short.
And hopefully we will hear from Reverend Pinckney as well. I tried to call him. I don't think he's on right now, but hopefully, because he gets into recall.
Okay. So it seems to me we can do this and still get out relatively decent time, much earlier than we did on yesterday.
Okay.
So, thank you, comrades. And so we'll leave now. And then tell us again, what time do we come back, Sister Lisa?
So it's 10 to 3 right now, Eastern Standard Time. So please come back 10 to 4 Eastern Standard Time.
So go ahead and take a lunch break. Thank you so much.
Uhuru. Tech person?
We're transitioning to lunch.
Right. And so we'll have a graphic up, right? So people know we're out to lunch or something?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.